在晨曦微亮时，在夜深人静处，在正午艳阳下，我们都在记录着自己，也在突破自己的记录。弄潮而下，滔滔立。这一刻，我们都是 Team China。每一刻，我们都是 Team China。你我都是国家队。泸州老将为中国荣耀干杯。
We have a bit of history to bring you here.
It's all set here. The big stage, the big occasion.
The ITTF World Cup is back.
Beautiful, shiny, sparkling city. The biggest stars in the world are here. The crowd has shown up. It's what we've all been waiting for.
Time and time again, these two greats are providing us superb entertainment. A massive moment here.
How can you play table tennis any better? Tested everywhere on the table.
Are we about to witness the turning of tides and the changing of lives?
Watch me in action.
Hello and a very good morning to you from the Galaxy Arena in Macao, China. This is the venue for the ITTF Men's and Women's World Cup Macao 2024. And we are into day 3 of action, the final day of the group stages. And our attention is going to be focused firmly here on table 1, where it's just the men playing. Table 2 will be just the women, and from onwards we're going to move into the quarterfinals on day 5, Friday, online. Start playing on the same table. This is our schedule for you today. 60 matches to get through. We're going to start with Dangzhou and Shinsuke Togami. Now, why this gets interesting today is because only winners will go through. 48 of the best players in the world were split into 16 groups of 3. And that means that only one of the 3 can go through. There are many scenarios today where some player will need to win, another player can afford to withdraw. We will think all of that. Yes, that's correct. When I say we, I mean myself, and Glenn Masquerade is here with me today. And Glenn, it is going to be nerve-jangling at times today.
I think it's going to be a very interesting one. Well, it's a do or die for the rest who are the opponents who are going up against them. So I think a very good day. Will there be upsets? I think today, if there will be any, because we are looking at really the big guns of this tournament. And let's not forget, yesterday we had a few upsets. So I'm not putting anybody or writing anybody off. I think everyone's in the game today.
Yeah, that's a very good point, that it's open, isn't it, Glenn? And we know that we've seen some of the big upsets. In fact, the very first match today, which we'll talk about shortly, saw an upset of sorts on the first day. And that means that the highly fancied player in this instance, Dangzhou, has to win. So there are going to be scenarios like that today. We're going to be talking about the pressure on these players and how they cope with that. And yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. It's going to be really interesting to see the final occasion as to who goes through. It's good to have the World Cup back as well, Glenn. It's been away for the last few years because of the pandemic. We haven't had a World Cup for about 4 years now.
I think that was really welcome, and table tennis fans around the world looking forward to that. Yes, I think it's going to be time for us to get started with the early birds.
Yeah, Shunsuke Togami comes through first. He's already played Ahmed Saleh on day 1. There you go. He was on day 2. 3-1 in that one. 11-9. 4-11. Lost the game. 11-3. 11-4. And Ahmed Saleh actually had the first big upset of the event in the men when he drew with Deng Cho. Deng Cho lost the first game 8-11, won the second 11-3, and then the third 11-7. It looked like he might be cruising, but then Ahmed Saleh won the third 11-6. That's the world number 10. He got beaten by a 43-year-old veteran. So it's definitely something to consider that maybe Deng Cho is a bit vulnerable.
Well, I think it's the other way around. I think knowing the kind of quality a wake-up call is often needed for most of these players, and we've seen the world number 1 go through that as well. But for players of this level, I think they'll take this back home. They'll figure it out. Have to have try and look back at their matches and come back to the stronger. So I think today, that will be very, very fun. And if I were Togami, I would be disappointed.
Your Groth Cup, former World Cup winner, talking to Deng Cho. Now the equation here, Glenn, is Shunsuke Togami knows that he can go through with just a draw. Now he doesn't, no one just says to themselves, I'm just going to play for a draw. But he has that comfort in knowing if this thing ends in a draw, he is through. On the other hand, if Deng Cho wins 3-1, the only way he can win it, then he is through. So Deng Cho onus is on him to win, basically.
So basically, whoever wins it here today. Now, my question is also would be, with these two lads, what if they draw? And that throws it open again.
Well, so Deng Cho would have had 2 draws, and Togami would have a win and draw. Togami then goes through. So, 22-year-old Shunsuke Togami is world number 26. Higher ranking that class, third in the world, a few weeks ago. The WTT contender in Doha. Deng Cho, he is 27 years of age. He's top 10 player. He has been a little bit higher at number 8 in the world. That was early on. Just over a year ago when that happened. His best result so far this year is the semi-finals of the WTT finals in Doha. Heng Young-Ling, the umpire for this one, she was in the center of a few storms yesterday. Let's hope it goes a bit calmer for today. Chuang is the assistant umpire. So it is 4 matches that they play. First to 11, it's deuce at 10 all, then you need a winner by 2 clear points. It can end in a draw. That much is clear, right? So it can end at a 2-all, in which case Togami goes through. It can end in 4-0. Of course, if either one of them wins 4-0, then the winner goes through. It can end 3-1, and in which case, if Deng Cho wins at 3-1, he goes through. Togami wins 3-1, he goes through. So as Glenn mentioned earlier, to keep it short and simple, winner takes all today. If it ends in a draw, repeat here, if it ends in a draw, then Togami goes through. If we have, for any reason, games that are equal at the end of it, then points come into that situation, but that is not going to happen here.
So it's a good start for us, I would say, Shez, that we get to
A nice
we get to
straightforward
go
one.
without the statistics in the morning. But I
Yes.
think it's really up to Dang Cho. I think the pressure is really on him here. But for my money, I think he will perform. It looks like he's definitely geared up for this, and he knows that it's either here or bust. It's pretty much that's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
So
that's the right characterization. These two have never played each other before. And so there will be that element of surprise. Now we have got the world number 10 versus the world number... I'll just correct myself on that one. But they have played, sorry, excuse me, once before. And that was at the Star Contender in Doha in 2021. Togami won that 3-0. Dang Cho is a very different player from then.
Well, just as you mentioned earlier, Shez, there is a 5-year age gap between them, and I do believe that, well, Togami, you know, highly talented, peaked very young as compared to Dang Cho. But I think Dang Cho has been a work in progress over the last couple of years, and you rightfully put it, there are changes. He's looking fairly strong here. Gets off to that 3-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to note, of course, is Dang Cho is a pen holder. Very few of those in the game these days.
I would like to say a dying breed, but I wouldn't say that. I would say nearing extinction.
But, you know, but players like Dang Cho and Felix Lebrun kind of reviving it in a way, aren't they?
I think they can inspire a lot of, you know, youngsters who are taking up to the game. And
Agreed.
I do believe the penholder grip is kind of fading slightly, but as you mentioned, a revival is always welcome, and I think it's necessary. It's necessary. It adds a certain, you know, element, an exciting element to the game itself. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same shake hand grip. So, and it's always fun to watch, besides watching that left and right combination, to watch a penholder grip player playing against a player with a normal handshake grip.
Well, that is a great forehand there from Shunsuke Togami. Yeah, I think one of the reasons that the penhold grip has survived is the fact that you can use the RPB, the reverse penhold backhand, which effectively gives you another facet that didn't used to be there, right, Glenn? And that really has helped kind of keep it alive.
Well,
And there's a prime example of that. Sorry, Glenn. There's a prime example there where you just saw him use the backhand.
Well, absolutely, and I think, you know, before, yeah, that was actually done. Now it looks so easy. You remember those awkward positions players had to go in through, and it was also a physical strain, especially on the midriff area. You know, we probably neglect that over time, but there would be a lot of issues physically, and I think this just changes everything for the penholder grip. It makes it so much easier. It's a lot smoother, and reaction times can be a lot faster with it. So, you know, hats off to the lads, of course, who still use, I like to call it a craft by itself. You know, it's not easy, but players who use it naturally, I think that's great. Just notice what Dang Cho is trying to do. He knows that Togami is fairly aggressive right from the word go. And what he's trying to do is, he's actually trying to draw him into getting the ball out of the table. Togami is getting it in 9 out of 10. So that's, I think that's a bit of a worry. Togami is looking very sharp.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This is going to be a battle. It's definitely going to be a battle between the two. And that mental edge of having beaten him before is still there in Togami's mind. So he's going to play strong. And keeping in mind the fact that you're pumping yourself up saying, I know I can beat him, it's just going to take your confidence level up a little bit more. There's not going to be any doubt in your mind. On the other hand, I really like to think what Dang Cho is thinking, because right now there's a lot of pressure on him to win, and the fact that he's lost to his opponent before, even though it may be a couple of years back.
Yeah, and then you add in the pressure, the requirements today that Deng Cho has to win. There's nothing else that will do. Now, as we said, Togami's not thinking, well, I'll aim for a draw, but he knows the pressure is not on him. He's also the lower ranked player. So he knows that if this goes wrong, the expectation is not on me. Of course, as an athlete, he is putting himself, he's thinking, well, I'm in pole position now. I've got to do this. And he's got 5 here. Shunsuke Togami.
Well, if you just look at the two players, Chess, from the time they started off, Togami is easier. Just look at his shoulders, the way he's been standing. He's a lot smoother, flexible in there.
Again, stand and deliver. Shunsuke Togami, brilliant. As you say, maybe the body language is very from the Japanese player. And he's done a brilliant job here in this opening game. Shunsuke Togami takes the first game, 11-5 against Deng Cho in this must-win match.
Bei seinen Aufschlägen ab und zu mal ja? Kurz zurückspielen, wenn du das hinkriegst. Ja? Okay, come on.
So let's see if Stern talking to from a former World Cup winner and Jörg Roskopf has got any effect yet on Deng Cho, because now, Glenn, the equation is he has to win 3-1. He has to win the next 3 games. Nothing else will do. So there is pressure now. He had the benefit of perhaps losing one. He's lost that one early on. It's got to be perfect now.
Life at the top or in the top region always comes with its own share of issues, doesn't it? And I think it's very evident. You noticed Deng Cho on day 1 when he was playing at Macao. He was taken by surprise because probably he wasn't expecting Saleh to stand and deliver like he did. But I do believe if you're looking at Deng Cho from then and Deng Cho now, there's a slight bit of tension. You look at him, he looks a tad bit stiff. And that's not because he's not physically prepped for the occasion. I think it's that mental pressure that's there right now. He knows that he's got to win this. He knows how important it is. And Togami is just playing in free fall. He doesn't really need to prove anything.
Yeah.
And he understands, I'm sure, that Deng Cho has that pressure, or he is under pressure, or that he is, a tad bit stiff. You can see that. And to counter that, he's been going hammer and tongs at him.
Yeah, I remember as well, Deng Cho has kind of held a lot of responsibility for Team Germany. He kind of single-handedly dragged them through the World Team Championships in 2022 in Chengdu to the final where they got silver. He's also won the European Championships himself in singles 2022. And the Europe Top 16, he came second last year. So he's achieved a fair bit in his own right. That's why he's a top 10 player. As for Togami, World Champs, he's won a bronze in doubles in 2021 and a team bronze in 2022. And in terms of singles, he's got a bronze at the Asian Championships back in 2021. And there you go, it's a pumped fist from Jörg Roskopf.
Deng Cho will winning that rally. In fact, to be fair, that's the inaugural rally of the day. We always wait for those, even if it's a small one. But Deng Cho now just showing a bit more confidence, showing a bit more intent. It's left to be seen how Togami counters that. But if you ask me, Shez, it's not just a battle of physical skill here. It is a battle of mental wits, and you can see it in these two players. So Togami, every time he does lose a point, he tries to come back and win a couple of points to put the pressure on Deng Cho. On the other hand, Deng Cho is trying to just take whatever he can, whatever he gets right now. So neck and neck in the second game. I think it's much better than the first one, where I thought Togami totally overshadowed Deng Cho.
Yeah, he edged away mid-game and never really looked back. So Deng Cho knows has to put something on here. The other thing, of course, Glenn, is if Togami wins this game, this tie this match is effectively over, because he knows nothing less than a draw will happen after that.
So it's this
That's why
particular
this game's
game.
key.
It's
Yeah.
this particular game, the second one, that's really important for Deng Cho. If he loses this game, then the only possibility left would be a draw, and that means he's out. So I think that's the reason why he's fighting tooth and nail. It's currently 5-4 Deng Cho.
We've got to be careful, Deng Cho. About the unforced errors. I clipped the net. Actually, as we said, there's no margin for error now. He has to win the next 3 games. He loses any of the next 3. It's done.
It's starting with this one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a great backhand there from Togami.
Togami doesn't create too much of space between him and the table. He stays fairly close. He's already got his next shot ready before even the return. Kind of feeding into the player's mind, but he's very, very quick, very decisive with his shots. While I think Deng Cho just taking a little bit of time, maybe a couple of milliseconds more to decide how he's going to go about it.
Togami's playing with a lot of confidence. I think you mentioned that earlier, and he's 4 points away of creating the first upset of the Men's World Cup 2024. And that's going to be big news. It goes back again to the draw with Saleh.
You're so right about that. You can't really, fault Togami for it. Togami's going to go ahead and play his game and do what he needs to do to get ahead. I think if someone's got to take the fall for it, it will be Deng Cho. Day one against Ahmed Saleh. I mean, while we talk and we really praise Saleh for what he did, let's not forget something. You're a world number 10. There are no excuses. You got to go out there and play like a world number 10. And if you didn't, you'll only have yourself to look back at. So, Togami aside, I think that first stumbling block for him would have been day one for Deng Cho.
Still in this for now, Deng Cho.
We noticed Togami playing Saleh, and Togami, even there, is very much in command. I would have thought that Deng Cho would have gone and, probably had a rethink, come back a little stronger. But if you notice, there's not much of a change in the game that he was playing on day one and the game that he's playing today. There's barely much of a difference, but we saw that huge difference yesterday when players who lost on day one came back very strong yesterday.
Well, this is good work from Deng Cho. He's just edged away. He's got 2-point cushion here. Vital at this stage. He needs 2 more points to stay in this at least. Bring it to a 3rd game.
Well, I think he needs 2 more points to survive. Otherwise, it's pretty much, the exit door for him.
Yeah. He's got 3 game points here. Huge for Deng Cho.
And that's what you call, world number 10 material. The fact that you can fight back, you can come back, and I think that's important.
And so Deng Cho has taken this second game, massively important for him. Now, he doesn't have to think about us just yet, but he wants to win handsomely just in case.
Well, I'm sure he's definitely heard somebody say it, that you're a world number 10. You play like a world number 10, and I believe that that's exactly what he's done.
So game 2, 11-7 Dang Zhou. It's 1-1 against Shunsuke Togami.
Die Banane ist gefährlich, wenn er die aus der Mitte spielt. Dann ist er gefährlich, weil dann kann er Druck machen.
Aber er täuscht halt an, dann geh ich schon nach hinten.
Ja, hat er. Die kommen nicht so schnell, da bist du sicher dran. Ruhig stehen.
So the equation really hasn't changed here for Dang Zhou. He's got to continue doing what he's doing. And again, just repeat, there was no margin for error because Shunsuke Togami, as long as he wins a game in the next 2, will go through. So Dang Zhou has to win the next 2 games.
I do believe as well. See, this is exactly what he does. He's got to avoid giving Togami, you know, those opportunities to set up the next shot for a win, and that's exactly what Togami's been doing right through. I think Dang Zhou has to try and stifle him, not give him that space, not put the ball especially to the areas where Togami is extremely strong. Like the forehand and even the backhand right down the center. He's extremely strong with those shots, and he's won every time that... See, that's exactly what you probably want to do. You want to put it just slightly out of reach, because Togami does have a problem with getting to the ball, which is at a distance.
Lovely backhand there from Dang Zhou to win the last point.
2-1.
Yeah, he's kind of bouncy at the moment, Dang Zhou. He's probably feeling a little better than he was maybe a few minutes ago.
Well, much better selection of shots. He's now making Togami do the hard work, and I think that that's important.
Yeah, a lot of height on that return from Togami. Easy for Dang Zhou to put away. You know, now, of course, if Dang Zhou wins this game, the pressure, while it will still be on Dang Zhou, the same sort of pressure, knowing that he still can't afford to lose the game after that. But Togami is then going to really start to feel it, because he had that cushion of knowing I had a few games I could afford to lose almost, but he knows then it comes down to a straight shootout in that game. This is if Dang Zhou wins it, and now he's in a good position at 4-1.
Looking a lot stronger, a lot more relaxed now, unlike when he started off the morning. He can still fight back. But I think he understands as well as all of us do that if Dang Zhou wins this, then he's in a spot of trouble.
Oh, lovely shot there from Togami.
Just putting it out of reach of his German counterpart. Beautiful backhand there.
9 matches played this year across 4 events for Togami. Won 5, lost 4. Doesn't quite go over. As I mentioned, he got to the semi-finals of the WTT Contender in Doha. Lost to Moregard 3-1. Singapore smash, and Incheon lost to Ugo Calderano 3-2. That's a not bad result at all. Well, number 5. I think we've got a timeout here as well to Dang Zhou, just to try and disrupt the rhythm.
Der Bananen hinkommt, aber hast ja gesehen, wenn du den dann kurz den Rückhand machst als geraden Aufschlag, hat er seine Probleme, den stellt er dann auch dann auf. Ja, aber so hast du ja gut gestartet, indem du dann gestartet warst, okay, Rückhand Bein, Rückhand hier und dann, das ist gegen ihn gut zu spielen.
Ich muss halt einen langen machen, aber der hat den ersten halt durchgezogen. Ja. Aber ich muss halt mit dem langen spielen, dann ist er so schnell.
Ja, aber den langen, du hast zeitlang gemacht, den hat er durchgezogen, den als geraden gemacht hat, den hat er.
So a timeout taken there by Dang Cho, knowing that he has got to try and disrupt the rhythm. He just started to put a few points together, Shunsuke Togami. He likes that. That's top. Yeah, you could just see the frustration when he didn't make that.
Well, he was anticipating that early on. Dang Cho didn't. I don't know if you noticed that, Shez, but he had his bat halfway across the table before the shot came across the net. So Dang Cho, well, I think he's really now trying to read what Shunsuke Togami's next moves are. Which way is he going to send it? He's trying to kind of stifle him a little bit with the amount of table that he uses. But having said that, Togami is he's a tough customer. He's a very tough customer, yes.
Yeah, and he just started to play a bit freer than he was a few minutes earlier. Ooh, one of the longer rallies we've had. Dang Cho comes out on top. Roskop proves.
It's one of those amazing bits in table tennis, isn't it, Ches? Whenever the rally starts going, there's dead silence. Everyone just wants to watch that. I think a really good work being done here by Dang Cho. Well, just showing that X factor, just showing that, you know, that slight edge in these last two games. He won the previous game, and in this game, well, he's really holding on. He understands very well. I think his coach, of course, is an absolutely brilliant mentor, and the fact that he's eased the pressure off him, if you notice that. How he started and how he's playing now are two different things. Body language, everything else. So to have a coach like that in your corner, oh, that's absolute gold, isn't it?
Great forehand there from Togami to just keep himself within striking distance of his opponent. Only a point in it.
And every point does matter to him now. You can see that in his, jubilation and that celebration.
Couple of points in a row.
What a great way to get this day started, Ches. Absolutely marvelous to have such an amazing match. Two strong players, but we said that yesterday that there was going to be, big battles today. But so far it's always been, those petered down, kind of not really well matched opponents. But this is extraordinary.
Yeah, it's just heard come on from Dang Cho. He's pushing himself.
It's gone into a very intense period. Both players very focused. They really, really know, well, the weight of a victory in this game here today.
They're trading points at the moment. No one able to yet take a firm grip of this crucial game.
both these athletes, such amazing talents, have two very different styles of play.
Real power. That forehand has helped Shunsuke Togami a lot today.
And I think, you know, I don't really speak German. I could see his coach telling him, you know, when he was trying to explain and I think the message is very clear that he's got to try and keep Togami from getting that easy shot. Once he gets into that natural position.
Oh, this is big now. This is huge. Togami has got 2 game points. And all that it requires now, if he wins this point, doesn't matter what happens for the rest of this match.
I think that picture just captures it, doesn't it?
You're right.
Just that relief on his coach's face, that expectation.
Big moment here. Win this, and he is through. And he puts out a big name as well.
9, 10.
Not so
Just
fast.
to add to the drama.
Not so fast.
I'm up.
I'm sure Dang Cho can hear all of us.
He's taking a timeout as well, just to add to things. Shunsuke Togami, he's got 1 game point left.
Wenn er den Antäuschen noch mal kurz spielt.
Ja, ich muss
die Qualität ist nicht so hoch dann.
Ich
Ja?
einfach in die Ecke spielen.
Nur wichtig ist, wenn er langen Ball spielt, ja, die Qualität muss einfach rein sein. Ja? Dann auch von der Platzierung auch den Ball auch ausspielen. Ja? Wenn er dann Aufschlag hat, dann entweder spielst du klar, nicht so kurz, sondern du spielst mit konstant. Ja genau, ne? Und dann spielst du einfach so.
So he's taken a timeout here because it's such a vital moment. He doesn't want to give any kind of chance to Dang Cho. Shunsuke Togami knows he wins this point, it's all done.
Let's freeze his muscles a little bit. That's really, you know, the what works even in a lot of other sports where you want to break it. And Shunsuke Togami was so well prepared for the occasion, I think, to go ahead and take that game. Is it going to make a difference now? I think that's very important.
No, he's not been able to do it. Dang Cho has drawn level.
That was the plan, Chess, and I think he's just done what he set out to do.
Well, this is really dramatic stuff here.
We spoke about it earlier, mind games. It's really been mind games between these two. And, well, more power to him. If he does take this game, he'll still be in the running. So, Shunsuke Togami understands that.
Need a winner by 2 clear points here. Well, he's back. He's given himself a 3rd game point. Togami. Man who, as we said, lost to Calderon in his last WTT event. Played in the World Team Championships. Up against a player like Dang Cho, who's played 23 matches this year, won 15 of them. And he's done it! He has won! Shunsuke Togami.
Shunsuke Togami definitely will be sailing through, there's no doubt about it. Just can't help but feel a tad bit bad for Dang Cho, but there's still there's still a game, of course, to be played out.
I mean, you know, one could argue, well, since it's already decided, is there a need to finish off the rest of it? I guess to complete the table, get the full picture. Or Dang Cho now. It's going to be a sinking feeling now for Dang Cho. There you go. You can see as Shunsuke Togami wraps up game 3, 12-10.
Spiele später dann auch dann, ja. Ja, aber schauen immer wieder dann Lang auch schon mit einbauen, dieses Gefühl kriegen für diesen kurz. Wenn du lang spielst, ja.
So the highs then of victory for Shunsuke Togami. And yeah, he'll be now thinking, I put myself in a fantastic position to go through. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough for this man here. Oh, into the net. Dang Cho to just raise himself a little bit. Not easy. Three love already. Shunsuke Togami.
So Togami, it's just looking well, way more solid, and I think Shez, we mentioned this earlier, Dangchu really dejected. You can see that there was always going to be second chances after day one, but right now, well, knowing it's that you have to take the exit door, and that does a change in his performance. We always neglect this one thing about table tennis, isn't it? Your mental conditioning is so very, very important. And just look at the difference it's made. He's 6 points behind, 6-0.
It's, yeah, head's gone a little bit. You're right. He's got nothing to play for. But it does, you know, there's going to be that personal pride. I definitely don't want to lose on a bagel.
Yeah, I don't think intentionally he would want to lose, but
of course not.
It's just there at the back of your mind. And it affects your performance.
It's hanging there, isn't it?
And we spoke of this earlier, right? When they came into play, when they started off, Togami was just in a different frame of mind. And I think
you noted that, I think, very quickly, that there was a positivity about Togami.
Well, looks like he's not going to draw on a point as well.
Wow, this is incredible. Absolutely. Now, how is this going to finish? This is not the way you want to bow out. And is he going to give kind of a mercy point here? We have got a bagel. That is incredible way to end things.
Wall number 10.
Wall number 10. He's been hammered here at the end, especially.
That's not the breakfast you want to eat.
That's no, not at all. Breakfast of champions for Shunsuke Togami, and that is a disappointing way to end proceedings. Really disappointing. But we have our first upset of this World Cup, first big upset. It's an outright win for Shunsuke Togami, who sails through, Glenn, not just edges through. He has cruised into the round of 16.
You're so right. He actually won this game. There's no doubt about it. Maybe that last game, you know, Dangchu may have thrown it away, but rightfully he handed Shunsuke a victory. Because let's say he had even drawn for whatever reason, but that's a matter of pride. But that's the final score.
So Shunsuke Togami beats Dang Cho 11-5, 7-11, 12-10, 11 love, 3 games to 1. Look at the difference in points, 15. And it has been pretty good day for Shunsuke Togami, who's through to the round of 16.
Aber baut halt gut Druck auf. Das macht halt ganz gut dann. Ja, dann muss halt die Qualität von deinem
2-1.
to Togami. Match ends 3 games to 1. 11, love, 4th game to Togami. Match ends 3 games to 1.
Second match of the day here at the Men's World Cup in Macau, and it is Im Jong-hoon who comes through. He's beaten Isaac Kwek of Singapore in his first match. I think this is going to be a really interesting battle when he takes on Anton Kallberg of Sweden. He beat Isaac Kwek 4-0. And we've got a really interesting situation here, I think, in this second match, where the higher-ranked player is Kallberg. They have met a couple times before. 2012, Im Jong-hoon beat Kallberg in the Korea Junior Cadet Open 3-1. And Im Jong-hoon also won at the World Cup here, the Mixed Team World Cup. Just in Chengdu, just a few months ago. So I think that's interesting that the high-ranked players lost twice here. When we look at the standings for this one, Glenn, Group 14, and Shalbury is in front after that 3-1 win, after that 4-0 win over Isaac Queck. So again, it's pretty much a straight shootout here because the results aren't the same coming in. So a draw would be enough for Shalbury today. We saw that belt yesterday, didn't we, for Im Jong-hoon?
Well, we certainly did, and I think he was just struggling a tad bit with his fitness. Not that it really affected his performance too much, but I think it's going to be important to see that, because we do understand that in the course of the game, especially with some players, and strangely with Im Jong-hoon, even though he's carrying that, probably strain on his back, he does tend to use a lot of back movement. He does, lean back a lot when he's taking shots, when he's trying to defend. And I think it's going to be important to see how he goes up against Shalbury, who seems to be at the peak of his fitness. Wasn't it Shalbury who started off the action with Isaac Queck on day one in the tournament itself? Was that the first game or the second game?
Oh, it might be, yeah.
It was one of those two games for certain, so...
Yeah.
They cut the ribbon for the men's.
No, I think you're right, the very first match of the day of the whole thing. Find out a bit more about these players, starting with Im Jong-hoon, who is 27. He's currently 20th in the world. He has been a bit higher at number 11. That was halfway through last year. Antong Shalbury is 26, and he is currently 15th in the world, and is just a bit further away from his best ranking of 30th, not too long ago. Chen Chuxia is the umpire. Hei Wei Min is the assistant. So, Shalbury has the edge in terms of performances here, and he knows that he can afford to draw, whereas the head-to-head is certainly in the favor of his opponent.
We've spoken about the well, ifs and buts and what could have been and what has been, and I think today we knew that this was pretty much going to be the decider for all the groups. We've already seen one lad sail through, that's Shinsuke Togami, to the next, and he did it in style. Now it's going to be very interesting to see, because we're going to be looking at that whole lineup coming through today, and
what needs to be done. Yeah,
I don't know whether all of them are going to be as easy as the first one, where you just had to win or draw to get through.
I mean, this one is 4-0 in terms of games won for Shalbury, and it's 3-1 in terms of Lin Gaoyuan, because Shalbury beat Isaac Queck 11-8, 11-5, 11-8, 11-7. Im Jong-hoon beat Isaac Queck 11-2, 11-5, 7-11. Losing that game was kind of crucial, 11-7. So Im Jong-hoon has to win now, basically. A draw is not going to be enough. Now, if he wins 3-1, that's enough to go through. Doesn't matter, 3-1 or 4-0, it's not going to make any difference today, because it'll be enough to put him through. He's only one game behind. We only need points into consideration when the games won and lost will be identical. That cannot happen here.
You have to, says, take a close look at Im Jong-hoon and look at his style of play, and I think you're just going to figure out why he has to wear that belt. And I don't think it's only because of a strain. I think even in other days, probably he would have some sort of support underneath. If you just watch him in action, a lot of his movement, he actually swings from the waist upward. He uses a terrific amount of upper body to get the shots. And I don't know whether that's just a style of play, but it's a way of, kind of skipping having to put in too much of footwork. So you either strain the body or you use footwork and keep yourself a little more nimble. It's a good start. I think it's a decent start here.
I think it'll give a lot of confidence to Im Jong-hun that he has beaten this player as recently as December of last year. And I think he'll feel pretty good about that.
1-4.
Kallberg looked very, very confident when he got in. Im Jong-hun, of course, now just pulling in those points. And I think he's a very unassuming player if you watch him. You know, Shez, not really like some of the other Korean players who do make a bit of an impact. He's kind of calm. He's kind of keeps it simple. But when those arms move, you can see the magic happen then. So it's quite amazing.
Now we look at the achievements. Of these two players. Im Jong-hun's got a nice 3-point lead here as well. Oh, he's played well on the forehand, went down the line, played a very deep shot here. You're never going to get to that one. Shelby, of course, shot to prominence with a World Championship bronze in 2018, Sweden, and home World Champs in Halmstad. He's got a European Games silver as well in 2023. Chips they've won last year, also in Sweden. Yeah, he's in the zone right now, Glenn. He's cruising this with a 6-point lead.
I think Im Jong-hun starting off very, very easy. It looked like, you know, Kallberg was going to get on top, but how things have changed after just that second point. Very, very aggressive here, Im Jong-hun. He's coming with intent. I think he knows what needs to be done. And you were right about that, Shez. He'll aim to do everything that he can to the next round. I think this puts now a bit of pressure, I would believe, on Anton Kallberg.
Nice off backhand there from Kallberg at the last point, but
4-8.
well, he's up against the player Kallberg in Im Jong-hun, who has won World Championship medals himself. 2 silvers, 2021 and 2023. With Jung Woo-jin in men's doubles. Also got a couple of team bronzes, 2018 and 2024. In terms of singles achievements, Asia Cup, he finished second in 2022.
I did see that doubles game, Shez.
5-8.
And quite amazing how those two work. You know, Im Jong-hun and
Jung Woo-jin.
Yeah. One who's extremely jumpy, one who's extremely quiet, but both of them can execute the same amount of aggression and create the same amount of pace when needed. It's a very well matched pair, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen a lot more of them.
Yeah, lovely shot on the forehand there. He's just started to battle that 4 game points here for Im Jong-hun. And he's put himself in position here. And he's done it, taking the first game. Annoyed himself there, Kallberg. Im Jong-hun, he is Remember, he just needs to win 3 games here, so he's a third of the way through his mission at the moment. And it's a good start for him. 11-6 first game here.
Våga lite bestämda, för ställer du bara till dig då får du ingen lätt boll heller. Du vågar... Ja.
돌려들어 타이밍에는 지켜. 처음에 이걸로 뜨면은 돌려 들어올 거 아니야. 변화주 전개 할 수 있어. 그다음에 제가 서브를 이겨놓고 짧게 왔을 때 네가 짧게 주잖아. 같이 짧게 주고 이런 스타일이지. 퍼펙트를 잡는 스타일 아니야. 너가 아니고 파야. 그러니까 한국 파인다고 생각하고.
Second game, Ling to serve. Love ball. Love one.
Now, from Sharbo's point of view, he takes a game here. That immediately puts the pressure on Im Jong-hun, because that means that Im has to win the following 2 games. So, again, you get that win early from Sharbo's point of view. The pressure is then put back on Im Jong-hun. So there's quite a lot that comes into this kind of that we're playing here. Very different from what we usually see in table tennis. You never see tied matches. You never see playing to 4. And from the quarterfinals, from the round of 16 onwards, that is from tomorrow onwards, we're going to be playing best of 7.
Well, just look at the way that Shalbury is trying to get Im Jong-hun to commit as many mistakes as he can. I think you rightfully put this, into perspective. Shez talking about these 2 players, but I don't think Im Jong-hun has got any pressure. He's playing as if he knows he's going to finish this off without any issue. He's looking extremely confident. On the other hand, while you can't tell too much about, just look at that. Very much in command of what he's doing. He's been very, very selective, perfectly selective with his stroke play. Im Jong-hun, you can at least tell what he's thinking. Shalbury, unlike a few of his teammates, is pretty much the Iceman. You don't know what he's thinking. You don't know what's going on with him right now. He's this really cool customer, but he knows what's needed to be done here, and I think he will not let Im Jong-hun grab it so easily. But what we saw in the last game was Im Jong-hun with racing ahead after he had reached about 6 to 7 points. Left to be seen whether he'll do the same here right now.
Oh, he's done well there. Im Jong-hun, who has won 11 of his 18 matches this year. Not bad form across 6 events. In the recent champion, he got to the round 16 where he lost to the great Ma Long, 3-1. Sharbury just looks a little nonplussed at things at the moment.
I think it's a bit odd that sometimes we do often tend to call, Ma Long a legend, and the big Ma Long, and the odd bit is that he's still very much in the running. He's still very much relevant. He's still very much a part of the big league. But that's not because of his age. It's just because he's done so much. He's won everything that needs to be won.
What he's achieved, yeah, absolutely.
So 5-4 here, Im Jong-hoon. It's very, I'd really give $1 million just to find out what's going on in his mind right now. He's very calm, very controlled.
Oh, this is good for Im Jong-hoon against Shalbury, who's maybe had a bit of a mixed year. 8 wins out of 15 this year. The recent champions Incheon, he lost to Liang Jingkun in the round of 32, but it was 3-2 and 11-9 in the last game, so he really pushed Liang all the way. He should feel confident about that. Im Jong-hoon is pulling away.
Well, he
3 points.
Is. That's command and play. Look at the way that he, received that first, anticipated whether it was going to come, got himself into position for that, forehand, and disposed of it very, very nicely. What I do like about Im Jong-hoon and a few other players that we've seen, a few rare players we've seen in this tournament, players who know that when it's hit, it's going to stay hit.
Oh no!
That's disastrous, isn't it?
Oh dear, Glenn. When you're doing that, it might be that the pressure's getting to you. It is such a painful one. You can see the way he's reacting to it.
Not at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very good position here for Im Jong-hoon. Who knows? He's just going to keep doing what he's doing, Glenn. And he's got the second game in the bag.
It certainly looks like it. I think, if there was anyone who, had a doubt in their mind whether Im Jong-hoon was going to win this match, it was definitely not him by himself. He's come here with purpose.
Well, that was very, very close to Anton Shalbury's body, and he couldn't return it.
The name of the game, right? You put that ball up really close to someone, makes it practically impossible to play. But then, having said that, we've seen a few lads, including Puchar yesterday, who can actually take shots that come, towards his midriff of chest. She's got that arm movement that's really fast. So,
a lovely backhand winner there from Shalbury.
Well, let's not write off Shalbury. That was a very good serve, actually, and I think absolutely brilliant return from him to beat the server at his own game. Very well done. It used to be not really a joke, but said in a very light manner about the Swedes when it came to table tennis or lawn tennis. They always had the best return of serve. But if you look at it, they actually really do sometimes. You look at the toughest serves that you can throw at them. We've seen that even with Shalbury, and he can get it back onto your side and win a point.
Let's see now how he does on this serve. Lovely backhand, a little flick from him, from Im Jong-hoon, and he's got 4 game points. Excellent position for the Korean.
Well, I do believe if he wins this game, Shaz, he's going to win the match. I don't think he's going to let go. We knew he was going to win the first.
Yeah.
We know he's going to win the second. It's just that look and the way he's been playing him. There it is.
Wow, that is huge for Im Jong-hoon. He converts his first game point.
And I think, well, just looking forward to that mistake, reading that the turn of the ball wrong there was Shalbury. So that's the end of the second game.
And that is a very, very good result here for Im Jong-hoon to take the second game. Again, it's 11-6. He's 2 up here. And that means he wins the next game. He is through.
Players, please.
Du med fullföljer om du börjar.
Don't touch the net. game. Kallberg to serve. Level.
Well, this is tense times now for Anton Kallberg because he has to win this game now. They weren't necessarily must-wins before, Glenn. He could afford to lose a couple. He can afford to draw this, remember, unlike Im Jong-un. But he's now got to be perfect, like we said earlier about that first game, that first match. Margin for error now for Anton Kallberg.
I think Kim Jong-un has won the mental battle here, you know, in those first two games, Chess. And I think he's doing that in the third as well. You know, he's come, just look at that start. He's coming straight away, you know, just back 2 points. Kallberg has got a few questions in his mind about, you know, what his plan should be. I don't think that's the same with Kim Jong-un. He's just going at him. That error, of course, on Kim Jong-un's part will give Kallberg a point. It's 2-1. But it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Will Kallberg be able to hold him? And if he does, Shez, and Kallberg can pull this game, you know, into his corner, hats off to him.
You know, Lim Jong-un could be feeling the pressure as well, given the situation.
I think his sweet counterpart understands that.
He's dressed in front here.
But what I like about you know, the Korean players, he's just giving his opponent, you know, respect. He's not, you know, taking it for granted. He's also proceeding with, not with caution, but proceeding, well, with awareness, knowing that Kallberg can come up with the goods. And I think that's part of the battle won.
4-2.
Just clipping the net here. Everything seems to be going Im Jong-un's way.
And smoothly. Well, Kallberg not ready for that. It was a bit too quick for him to react. A lot of points for the Korean coming from the fact that he's put that ball too close, or you know, too close to the body of Kallberg, or in his direction.
4-3.
Still alive, this game.
Have always found this to be a bit more unnerving than actually players who grunt and, you know, can scream, and that has to do with
Time out.
that has to do with those that don't express themselves at all.
So first time out taken here, Im Jong-un here in this crucial third game against Anton Kallberg.
네가 해야지 제가 버리는 거야. 조금 이게 너가 그립 바꿔서 날아가고. 주머니 안 맞았거든? 네네. 위에 두 개 가도 되고, 그냥 기계 하나 떠놓고. 아니면 내가 이쪽으로는 원래 잘하는데, 약간 가운데로는 더 올리는 게 못하지 않습니까? 찍어서 그냥 우리가 몸을 좀 잡고.
Man tar det lite tidigare då, så blir lite tränare så det ser ut att tappa det. Sen är det kanske om du vågar köra sån här flack kanske. Ja, du säger det. Ja, just det. Jag tänker om du vågar sätta den alltså lite rak, men då får du ju vara med och vakta kanske. Eller så. Ja, det är lite, ja, se lite där. Sätta det bra. Mycket bättre i alla fall. Så bara gasa på.
So Im Jong-un there, taking no chances, deciding that he wanted a timeout there, perhaps to just put off his opponent as well. Oh, Kallberg draws level.
It's also the first time that he's managed to pull a smile out of Im Jong-un, which I think is a good thing.
That was interesting to see. I agree.
So Shalbury going in for that execution, but a bit too tough. I think wasn't really in control of the angle and just puts that way out. Shalbury has also started to get a bit vocal. He understands now. Needs to boost himself up. So 2 points behind Shalbury. Im Jong-un on 6 to serve. And this, I think, is going to be interesting now. Ted. 7-4. Beginning to look stronger as this game has gone on. Do you think at some point of time, or we get back after the timeout and then look at Im Jong-un again?
So Im Jong-un had a timeout earlier. This time it's Anton Shalbury.
Jag fortsätter den bara chans, alltså det. Och sen serven, sätt kanske här raka igen, bara så du är med på det va. Och sen har du, om du vill så har du ju kicken också, kanske den som hoppar till. Alltså bara hela tiden när du tror på det. Och i backhanden, kom ner lite, våga, gå och digga kanske, gör det enkelt där så du inte, alltså...
Jag får tänka mycket mer säkert och tänka försvar mer.
Ja,
jag klarar inte av att
nej, visst. Ja. Och så bara fram då. Så det är bättre. Kom igen, va?
So a timeout call by Shalbury, and you can see why. There was a big 3-point gap here, an important one that he just doesn't want Im Jong-un to run away with.
Well, one of the things, of course, that we are neglecting is that there's still going to be a game after this, regardless of whether Im Jong-un wins this or doesn't. And there's still going to be one more game left over that he can win if Shalbury wins this one.
Oh, that's a good couple of very, very useful points here for Shalbury. Three in a row. That was such a crucial timeout. That's made a big, big difference.
Well, definitely more valued than a pit stop. The timeout, we've all seen how players have come back and actually won games after being right behind. And he's just beginning to look very strong here.
Yeah, he's also kind of bouncing. He's running around. Really good. Wow, I wonder if this is just a pivotal moment in this match. That timeout taken.
So, just to look at it once again, Shez, Shalbury has won a game, won a match. Im Jong-un's won a match. And the reason why Shalbury is fighting so hard now for this is he wants to finish with a draw.
Yeah, because that's the best.
That gives him a fighting chance.
Well, once he gets a draw, he's through.
So, if he doesn't, and which is why that timeout was so important for him, but if he doesn't come away with a draw, and if Im Jong-un wins either this or the next game,
yeah,
That's pretty much his time out.
That's a beautiful backhand, isn't it, from Anton Schalbry?
He's had a few gems here today, you know, and well, after moments of quiet in the early part of this encounter, well, he's got really vocal now.
9-all.
Oh, this is getting tense. A man who has no discernible issues playing left-handers, according to his stats. It's about the same left versus right. He's also got a decent record against Asian players, almost 60% win rate, which is pretty good.
Just getting Im Jong-hoon to drive that away from the surface, and I think smartly played here. Schalbry now is on game point. But Im Jong-hoon to serve, and that's so important. Oh, beautifully done there. So
huge there for Anton Schalbry. He had to win it. This was a clutch game for him. And we go back to that moment where he was 4-7 down. And he has come through and won that game.
4-7 to 11-9. It's such a big one.
Yes, he won basically 7 of the next 9 points. He's won 11-9 here. He's 2-1 up against Im Jong-hoon.
길게 한번 넣고 또 찍어서도 구경하도 될 것 같아. 이겨야지 뭐. 처음에 했던 듯이 딱 쳐서 이겨야지. 점점 굳어지니까 자꾸만 3구만 4구로만 끝내려고 하니까 지금 네가 굳어 있거든. 또 편하게 한다. 이대 이렇게 5세트라고 생각하거든. 잘하고 있어, 잘하고 있어.
Fourth game, Lin to serve. Low ball. Low one.
Schalbry's got a sniff of a victory, and that's exactly what he's trying to, well, come away with here after winning that previous game. We're currently at 2-1 with Im Jong-hoon still leading. This has definitely got to be the most intense game of the morning so far, and for the simple reason being that it's going to be the decider.
Well, yeah, this is a straight shootout now, right? Whoever wins this game effectively goes through. So it's huge. Huge riding. Oh, so much riding on this. They'll both be very much aware of the enormity of this task.
1-3.
Anton Schalbry's best performance in the World Cup, a round of 16, and all the way back in 2015. Im Jong-hoon. This is his first real appearance in the World Cup.
So it's still going to be neck and neck here between these two, and there's no doubt about it. The weight of this victory, or rather the value of it, is so very important to progress. I do like what's been going on, shares between these two players. It's unlike the others where it's one-sided. It's unlike the others where, you know, is exploiting the other's weakness. It's not that. Each is playing to his own strength, and it's amazing because they bring very different styles to this contest, Shalbury and Yim Jong-hoon. And both of them are very controlled players, they're thinking players. So this probably, as I said, it might not just be the only intense game of the morning. It might probably be one of the most intense games of the day.
Well, could well be. I think we're going to have a few of these kind of situations.
Beautiful rally there.
The crowd appreciating that. Oh, they're going to slug it out, you feel.
Oh, that return, Shalbury just putting it really, really beyond reach.
4-all.
Well, there's a difference in ranking, but I do love the way these two athletes have gone about their business. It's been so very well matched.
5-4.
Kim Jong-hoon taking that slender lead here. Remember, we are looking at this game being nothing short of the decider. It will tell us about who goes through or what the situation might be going ahead. Kim Jong-hoon.
Continue playing.
With the second serve. Just get a word from the officials.
Yeah, keep going, she says.
5-all.
Oh, this is so different from some of the other ones we've seen thus far.
The Swedish fans, Shez, they're back here today.
They are definitely finding this extremely entertaining.
They've traveled right across the world to support their favorite players. There's definitely family and friends there as well.
5.
They're just drawing that error out of Yim Jong-hoon. Shalbury takes the lead. He too has been in stellar form.
6-all.
The tough part about you know, two contestants like this, Shez, is that when they actually finish off, you can't really support either one of them because they're both so good. And if either one of them goes through, you're going to feel happy about it because it's well deserved. It's not like they were relying on, you know, somebody else's mistake to have won a game or these two lads have played for what it's worth. And if either of them goes through, it's going to be a hugely deserved win.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot riding on this. World Cup knockout spot available,
6-7.
and that was an opportunity there for Yim Jong-hoon. Not taken.
Well, we just look at that. He had it right there in the palm of his hand, and I think he's done that a few times over, but that's also the reason being Shalbury has changed the pace just a little bit. He's trying to keep it low. He's made it very difficult for Yim Jong-hoon in these last. There's no doubt about it.
What's interesting, Glenn, is the fourth game of the last match, when it was already done and dusted, we saw effectively Dang Cho, he was out. Mojo was gone. He was very deflated. Here, because the fourth game is so much riding on it, it's just point for point, isn't it?
It is.
And no one is able to dominate. It's nerve-wracking for these two.
Or to rephrase that, both of them are doing everything possible to see that the other doesn't dominate. That's really what it is. It's been really hard work here. But you're right about that. So right, we often neglect that shot. And I think, you know, not taking anything away from Dangso, but his coach was kind of giving him a telling about that when he finished off the fourth game.
Well, Shelby's just giving himself a real shot here with that 2-point cushion.
But that was a marvelous, absolutely marvelous shot played straight down the line. Made it very difficult for Im Jong-un. There was a chance for the Korean athlete to return that back, but I think he did not gauge the turn.
8-9.
And Kim Jong-un coming up with a top serve here. For 8-9. There's only one way to go in this. Kim Jong-un needs to equalize, and yes, he does. It's 9-0.
In keeping with what's been happening here.
Just look at that serve and then that finish. Just sometimes when Im Jong-un really puts one thing on display, why left-handers sometimes can have an advantage, especially with that side spin. It's
I have a feeling this is going to go to deuce and then some.
it just might be. It looks like it.
Oh, what a rally! No, he's not quite made it. He threw himself at that, Anton Shelby. What a point. It's worth seeing the whole rally again. I'm glad we've got the whole replay.
That's an excellent rally that was played. Those returns, both of them, really, really good. But it was Shelby who wasn't the early part. Had he not slipped, you know, lost his balance a tad bit there, I don't think there would have been an issue. And blame it on the perspiration. But sometimes that does play such a big part. You know, you're taking the shot, trying to get the return, then you slip, and in the midst of that, you misdirect your shot. Having said that, Im Jong-un is on match point. It's definitely going to be a lot of nerves here at this table.
Oh, he stands and delivers. Shelby under pressure there, facing a match point. Got that spot on right in the corner, Glenn.
Well, that is pinpoint accuracy, isn't it? It is. You don't see that too often, and that look just says it all. For every time Im Jong-un breaks into even half smile, you know, it's just an acknowledgement to say,
exactly.
Yeah, that was outplayed.
Turned around. Unbelievable. It is now Shelby who has match point. Very, very good match, this one.
I think Im Jong-un coming in with this direct, a very straight initiative that he had to win. On the other hand, Shelby, who is now on game point, well, knew that he had to avoid defeat.
He was so wide of the table, Shelby. Im Jong-un just had to return it, and he probably would have won the point.
I think this is exactly what happened, that return.
And because he was on the floor, wasn't he?
Because he turned around, had he got up straight up, not gone in for the 360, and I think that would have made such a big difference, Shez. I think that's, he wasn't expecting the return, really. They're two very, very tricky players, Shelby and Im Jong-un. Each has the ability to exploit the other's chink in the armor. And a bit unfortunate here. There's Im Jong-un looking to finish that, but instead of a winner, well, he's flashed one wide. Once again, Shelby is on match point, or game point, sorry. He leads 12-11. Interesting state of affairs in today's game. And this time around,
Shelby It's saved by Im Jong-hoon.
Im Jong-hoon here. Lovely backhand return, just generating enough of top spin on that, and that kind of making it difficult for Anton Chalbry. So now for the it's back to Im Jong-hoon. Can he hold his serve? He needs to if he wants to set himself up.
This is the important part here. Well, there's Chalbry who goes back in front.
And that's been happening every time Im Jong-hoon gets the serve. Chalbry gets the game point. And it's the third time that's happened here.
Oh, now it's Chalbry's serve. So Chalbry wins this point. He goes through. Im Jong-hoon wins it. We are all square again. We start from scratch. Chalbry has done it. He's won. Only just. What a match that one was. It really was a rip-roaring affair. And he knows it. Delight has come back from the dead, Glenn. He lost the first two. And he's ended up with a draw, which was enough to take him into the next round.
Absolutely. I think what a performance from him. He knew what had to be done. You know, stuck to the plan. Was very, very sincere in his effort. Chalbry really coming up with a few gems, and that's true fighting spirit. You know, from a great sportsman. So Anton Chalbry through, and Shez, we've got the scores coming up again as the Swedish fans once again will show their appreciation.
The fans certainly enjoying that. These Vikings. It's been a marauding from Anton Chalbry. Smash and grab, if you will. It was 11-6, 11-6 to Im Jong-hoon. Chalbry 11-9, 14-12, 2-all. A draw was all he needed. Points don't make any difference here because that is enough to take.
Game to Lin.
Welcome back to the Galaxy Arena, our third match of the day here. Day 3 of the group stages, the final day. Edward Lee has come through, followed by the great Ma Long. Just heard the reaction here from the crowd. They know what a star he is. He thrashed Aditya Sareen 4-0, as did Edward Lee. Which means, in theory, these two are both gunning it now. Identical results. A draw would mean that it would come down to points. But there's no doubt about who is the massive favourite here. And that is this gentleman, Ma Long. He takes on Edward Lee in this third match of Group 4. Always an opportunity. His first match against Ma Long, Edward Lee, I'm sure. Like Aditya Sareen, who played him earlier, he'll be really excited by this. It's a huge opportunity. And one for the grandkids, really. That's just how the reverence in which the Ma Long is held. Last words from Wang now. So the equation here is a straight win for either one of these players means they are through to the round of 16. Repeat again, if it's going to be a draw, Ma Long at the moment is leading proceedings. He's got slightly better, he had a slightly better win against Aditya Sareen. Ma Long won 11-4, 11-8, 11-4, 11-3. He's scored 44, conceded 17. Edward Lee is 21, currently 41st in the world. He has been a little bit higher at 36 a few weeks ago. Got to the final of the Pan American Cup earlier this year where he lost. Sorry, where he won against Nicolas Burgos, and he was one of the lowest ranked players there. Ma Long, 35 years of age. He's 4th in the world. Of course, he's a former world #1. He's got the record for being #1 for the longest time. He's won everything there is to win, really, in table tennis. Chan Kwon is our umpire, including World Cups and Olympic gold. Twice he has done that, regarded as the greatest of all time. Hung Young Ling is the assistant umpire. So this is a real opportunity, a real, some would say, privilege, really, for Edward Lee to be up against the great Ma Long.
Well, I think that's it's also the place where players make a mark, isn't it? Where you have to not just face, you know, one of the best players in the world, probably one of the most complete player that we've seen, you know, in our time, and maybe take a game away from him, or maybe even possibly try and win a match. There's always the possibility there, and that's how, you know, that term giant killers, well, does come out. So interesting for, well, Edward Lee, and it'll be very interesting to see what he can come up with. Ma Long, we do know what he's capable of, but having said that, it's just very difficult to always say that it's going to be Ma Long who'll progress, because you never know on a given day. Looking at skill sets, I do think, of course, well, Ma Long does edge him out in a big way. But we've always said that on every day it depends on who the sun shines over, and I think this one's going to be a very, very interesting battle. There's also that strong element that the styles of play are fairly similar. It's not a differential as compared to the Asian and the European styles, even though Italy, of course, is Canadian. So, Shez, this is a big one. We've been waiting. Both of us have been waiting to see this.
Absolutely massive. And let's see what happens here.
Perfect curve from Ma Long.
Huge moment for Edward Lee, but he's got to focus on the match at hand.
2 out of 2. Same serve. Yeah. He's going to try and keep it short, Shez. I think Ma Long's going to try and avoid those rallies.
1-2.
Yeah, he doesn't need to prolong it. If he can win it quick, he will.
And Ed Lee gets on, well, the scorecard, which is a good thing. And that's something that we don't do. One of the greatest crimes in table tennis, you don't put that ball onto the forehand of Ma Long. You know what he's capable of. We know those thundering loops that he can generate. We know how strong that forehand. And just making him threat. I think, Shez, if you just kind of look very closely at these two players, when especially when Ma Long serves, just making Ed Lee work. He's making him work. He's already started doing that very early in this game. He's making him stretch, and I think just that tad bit of discomfort.
2-4.
Yeah, Ma Long is asserting himself overall.
But more power to Ed Lee. He's just taking it in his stride, trying to return everything he can, and there does grab a point off him. So it's 2-4.
Ma Long's best result this year, semi-finals at the Champions in Incheon, where he lost to his compatriot Liang Jingquan in a 7-game thriller. That's a well serve, I'm afraid, from Edward Lee. It's already tough enough playing on Ma Long. We certainly don't want to be handing him points like that. That's far too easy.
So 3-point lead for Ma Long. Edward Lee. But he will have to plan his next move. So this is the odd bit about Ma Long, isn't it? While other players are planning their next step, their next serve, he's already thought through most part of the whole game. He knows what needs to be done. It's just it's all up there. There's quick decisions, quick fire action from him.
6-3.
Has faltered with that a couple of times down the center.
Net. 6-3.
Oh, that's a great shot from Edward Lee.
Absolutely fabulous return. Great reflexes there from Ed Lee. He was at a distance, got back into position. Just the right amount of touch needed from him. Used that pace to direct it back.
Misses that one, Ma Long. Couple of very good points here for Edward Lee.
It's the odd bit, isn't it? You put it straight to Ma Long's forehand and he'll kill it. You put it just slightly away from him and you stand a chance to win a point. He's done that twice so far, Ed Lee.
Second time, I think he's done that in the last couple of minutes.
And
Edward Lee.
that's when he had drawn a point close.
Right. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for Lee.
But I have to say, quite impressive from the Canadian. I was expecting him to be, you know, further down behind. I think he's running fairly close to Ma Long. He's been able to pull away points and in like he was playing an equal.
7-6.
That's impressive. Very
Just
impressive.
Back to a point behind Ma Long.
It's all about timing, and Ed Lee's been able to provide that.
Oh, it's level. Excellent work from Edward Lee. Now, again, to reiterate, the equation here is this, that if Edward Lee can somehow get a draw here, he is 8 points behind in terms of points won and points lost. Sorry, 12 points behind. I'll just correct myself. 12 points behind. So if it comes down to draw, he needs to be
12 points ahead.
He needs to win by 12 points. Or he needs to, even if it's a draw, he needs to have 12 points more than his opponent. So every one of these points now becomes really crucial.
And that's a tough ask, actually.
It is.
It's a real tough ask.
Spread across 4 games, you know, he can't, you've got to win. The 2 that you lose by have to be very, very tight. And the 2 that you have to win by, if you're going to go for a tour, by the way, you have to win very convincingly. That is not easy.
It definitely isn't, and the way the first game has, you know, gone so far.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ed Lee can maintain
big
this
ask.
consistency.
Yeah.
It's still going to be extremely difficult to get those dozen points up.
Like, let's assume, I mean, the smallest margin you can lose by is by 2 points, right? So he's already trailing by 12. If he loses 2 games by 2 points each, of 4, so that's 16 points. He'll be behind, which means he has to win by 17 in the next 2. That's a lot of points.
One of the good things about Ma Long, and we just saw that even with his previous backhand, and there again, the position of his bat, his forearm and wrist, normally you more or less can read what's coming, but look at that. Besides the serve that has variation, most of his shot selection, it's very difficult to read what's coming at you, especially if it's a backhand, whether it's going to be a flick, whether he's going to put a gentle bit of spin on it, but at the same time, it looks like the same action with 3 or 4 different variations.
2 game points here to Ma Long. And he's taken the first game. Ma Long is 1 by 3. So the margin now is just getting a little harder for Edward Lee if he wants to stay in this. First game done then. Ma Long wins it 11-8 against Edward Lee. So Ma Long with a pretty decent first game, and then Ma Long just checking if he can change the ball.
I don't think he's happy about the second one either. He's just pointing out the issue. That is phenomenal, isn't it? Well, most players don't do that, but of course, you know, top-ranked players and who've been at the top of their game for a long time. How easy is it for them to detect a fault with even a new ball? Slight dent, slight imperfection, which he knows will affect the movement. So Edward Lee serving to Ma Long. Nicely done by Lee to take that first point. But just trying to counter Ma Long with that similar serve.
Net, 1 love.
So Edward Lee, to ease the pressure on him, has to kind of win this game. Big ask.
So 2 straight points here for Ed Lee as he wins on his service. And that's a very well-angled shot. He's used that against Ma Long a couple of times over. Just sends it straight down, close to the edge.
Love 3.
And this time Ma Long collision with the net, 3 points behind. Ed Lee leads 3-love.
This is perfect for Ed Lee. He needs to maintain this. It's not easy, is it, Glenn? Against someone like Ma Long.
It isn't. It really isn't, but well, can he keep that?
3-1.
And that's exactly what we've seen. There goes Ma Long. Comes up with a serve that really will test your skill to return it back. Having said that, Ed Lee has also produced some fabulous serves. Got the reverse pendulum twice in his
Net, 3-1.
well serve selection.
Net, 3-1.
Still leading by 2 points in game number 2.
Net, 3-1.
I love watching Wang Hao's reactions because he gives this no reaction on his face, but then the clap's very intense.
And it's the same angle of time.
Yeah, doesn't change, does it?
Just maintains that, doesn't he?
Ma Long there with the forehand down the line. No chance for Edward Lee.
Well, one of the things you'll notice about Ma Long is when he is, you know, playing any opponent, and especially of late, it's not like in the good old days when he'd start with a bang. He takes his time, you know, and it's not that he won't win like he did win the first game, but he takes his time to get in, and then this is what happens. Now, he's used that same ploy twice against Ed Lee. It's a similar forehand, similar direction.
He's so good though, Ma Long. Even the half-long shots are a bit shallow to get over them. That's to do. So good at that.
It can be tricky.
Oh, just directing it back. Ma Long putting the good stuff on for us here.
Oh, that's such an absolutely brilliant shot from Ma Long. Just within the confines of the table. This time straight on to Ed Lee.
Glenn, it's 6 points in a row after Edward Lee had gone
3-0.
up to 3 up, 3 a love up. Yeah, absolutely.
It was 3-0 and now it's 6-3. It's just an entirely big difference. So
7-3.
let's make that 3-7 since we were taking that into account. And he's still clapping. I do love that. He claps not just during, he claps right through the replay through. It's quite amazing.
7-4.
He must have a very good pair of hands. So Malong, well, dropping a point there, but he will serve. It's 7-4.
The last 7 points of Marlong's way.
That would have been a smart return, but this is the genius of Malong. He knew exactly come back. Didn't have to move. So 8-4 or 4-8 now. At least that.
4-point cushion here. Marlong against Ed Lee here. Wins this second game. Put himself in a fantastic position to go through. He was the big favorite anyway.
I mean, credit to Ed Lee. He did attempt this one because Malong's beaten him down that line about 4 times. Put it towards his, just beyond his right arm for Ed Lee, but Ed Lee this time finally getting a touch of it. So just 2 points adrift of finishing off with a win in the second game. Remember, Malong has already won the first game.
Edward Lee is still relatively inexperienced, doesn't have that much exposure to playing players of this caliber. Only the second time he's faced a Chinese player, and Malong cruising through the second game very comfortably. He won 11 of the last points. Malong, and he is in a very good position here. 2 up here, Malong, after winning the second game, 11-4 against Edward Lee. So now, the equation here for Edward Lee is that he has to win this. He has to win this game. And now, frankly, after the last one, it's just way too many points. It's almost impossible now for him to win, to go through.
I think the equation right now for Ed Lee, Shazers, how do you tackle Malong?
Yeah.
It's just that when he gets into that groove and he starts, you know, bringing it on, and I literally mean it in this way, and I mean he starts bringing it on in terms of what he can do. We saw that in the previous game, didn't we? 3-0, and from there it went to 4-10, and then 4-11, and that was it. So this is...
Umpire wanting to talk to Edward Lee. Now, the other thing, of course, is that Edward Lee is playing someone who has a 93% win rate over non-Chinese players. That's why Ma Long was so good and right at the top of the tree for so long, Glenn. It's because he just didn't lose very often to foreign players.
I think one of the reasons why a lot of his own teammates, could get the better of him or counter him is because you have so much of time practicing with him or playing against him, and you do understand. Well, it looks like it's a timeout called.
Timeout called by Edward Lee. In this crucial third game. Great third ball attack from Ma Long.
That timeout specifically called by Ed Lee after trailing behind. Ma Long's already leading 5-1.
1-6.
Yeah, it's a big lead, isn't it?
It's just making it very, very difficult for Ed Lee. Had a bit of net play as well. Very, very strong spin there from him.
7-1.
And now a gentle nudge. Shazad, just amazing to watch the way that he's mixing it up, and ever so smoothly. Not letting, well, Ed Lee get even an inch. Absolutely marvelous play, and this is the Ma Long that we know so well.
Wonderful punch there from him.
2-8.
Every so often, you got some good shots from Ed Lee as well, Glenn.
Well, we have. I mean, he's still got a point in there too. One of the things that we've all noticed is a lot of the players who've actually beaten Ma Long in recent times, especially his young contemporaries, have all used him as a study over time to learn technique.
9.
Listen, this is a treat at the moment for these fans. They're enjoying seeing the master at work. This could be, well, almost
that
certainly.
Forehand.
Yeah.
That forehand. I did see Ed Lee's coach, well, telling him about that. You can make out. Don't put it to his forehand.
3-9.
Especially down the center of the table, but that's when he really shines. And he can move the ball either to the left or the right and make it unplayable. But 2 points away from actually clinching the match.
Yeah, this is very good for Ma Long.
Let's make that 1 point.
Yeah, 7 match points. Though this result pretty much put to bed already quite some time ago.
4-10.
1 saved.
More power to Ed Lee, and let's not forget that we still have one more game to go in this matchup.
5-10.
Another one. You heard a bit of a irritated response there from Ma Long. the flop shot. A lovely way to finish things off in this game. Ma Long has won the match and won it comfortably, but there's still another game to play.
So Ma Long definitely through to the next level of this contest. We were expecting that he would go into the knockout stages. There are some players, of course, you can speculate that last bit, or just winning it in style. Dropping a few points there, Ma Long was actually leading by a big margin first.
11-5. Ma Long in game 3. He's won all 3 so far. And he's won the match. 1 more to go.
Fourth game, ever to serve, love 4. Love 1.
So now the best that Edward Lee can sort of aim for is to just be nice to take a game off Ma Long if you can.
2 love.
Well, I think that would be something. It'd be great, you know, for his morale. It'd be great for his. Well, you come away with a positive, and I always believe there are positives from every tournament that you're going to take. Whether you learn a few lessons, you learn about the few mistakes you make, or you probably learn a couple of moves from your opponent, whatever it is. But I think the greatest positive is to beat one of the best players in the world with even with a single game, not a match. I think that's good enough. I think Ed Lee's coach also, you know, increasing those claps, taking a cue out of Ma Long's coach's book.
2-0.
Yeah, Ma Long could be almost forgiven for just taking the foot off the pedal here, but I just don't see that happening with him. You want to be as clinical as you can.
2-3.
Well, he just keep that intensity the same. I think the real good part of players like, you know, Ma Long and Fan Zhendong is really that consistency in each game.
Flat. 2-3.
Hmm.
Ed Lee making the effort, and I think even some of the top seed, the losing side of the fence, they still play to their full potential, and it has everything to do with their own. We always looked at this. The Chinese team follow a different kind of philosophy, a different kind of discipline. It's always about being the best, always about playing your best, regardless of what the situation is. You don't bow, and I think that's it's a lesson. It's a lesson for almost, you know, every table tennis team around the world.
4-3.
So Ed Lee is fighting back. I think he has the same intent. Maybe I can grab a game of Ma Long. What that flick. It's that reaction time, isn't it?
Try to go for the long serve there, Edward Lee. Ma Long not taken by surprise. Subtle shots.
6-4.
I think he's maybe having a little bit of fun now, Ma Long.
He is. We saw that with that shot that he just spun around, and then a lovely return from Ed Lee, actually. Bother Ma Long too much.
But when he needs to turn it on, he obviously can. That almost looks relaxed now.
He's got his head back in position. It's no longer that tilt. He's actually enjoying the game. He's been smiling from ear to ear. When you think about it, Chez, what a joy it must be to work with Malone.
Oh, absolutely. And what a backhand there.
Going with the high toss here. Oh, how do you do something like that?
Yeah, it's a sumptuous one, isn't it, from him?
I think even Noshad Alamian would have fallen short, even with the switch of his hands.
Net, fault 8. Fault 9.
Too good right now, Malong. Sends Edward Lee the wrong way.
So 4-9, 2 more points to go to make this a clean sweep of 4 games. We already, of course, do know Malong has progressed, and that's now 6 game points.
Yep, he's going to win this one comfortably. And he does it again beautifully there, Malong. Cruising through.
So that's pretty much, well, the end of the early games, and there's, I think, results more or less. This one more or less predictable. The previous one definitely wasn't. I mean, the one with Dang Cho. So you want to look at those the final scores here.
Very, very nicely done by Malong, and he's done that comfortably. 11-8, 11-4, 11-5, 11-4, 4 straight games, and he is through to the round of 16. It's the last match of the morning session here, day 3 of the ITTF Men's Singles World Cup. Jonathan Groth is first through. We saw his result there against Andre Gacina. And his opponent is the renowned player Tomokazu Harimoto, who also beat Gacina. Perhaps surprising that it was a 3-1. This could be a very, very interesting scenario here. Well, just to give you the context of this one. Groth is ahead of Tomokazu Harimoto by 6 points. So if it's a draw, and it's a close draw, that could give him the edge, Jonathan Groth. So the first one today, where we are scrambling for our calculators, of course Tomokazu Harimoto is the favorite to go through.
We did see Groth in really good form yesterday, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what he can come up with. I do believe that both these players are going to try and avoid a draw at all costs, because
they don't want it to come to that, do they?
Absolutely not. To leave it to numbers, I don't think really makes sense.
Sure. But you also have to look at the fact that Groth has never beaten Tomokazu Harimoto. They met twice in the last year. First at the WTT Champions in Frankfurt, where Harimoto won 3-0. But it was a close 3-0, 11-9, 11-6, 12-10. And then they met recently at the Singapore Smash, just last month. And Harimoto won that in 3 straight games, 11-8, 11-4, 11-8. So they haven't been thrashings by any stretch, but the 3-0 is enough. So Groth has to put some pressure on and try and win a game. Obviously in the first 2, he has to win in the first 2. Well, he can win the 3rd and 4th, but he doesn't want. I don't think he wants to leave it today. He's got to try and get something early on. I feel. Let's see what happens.
So, Andre Gacina has been the common thread between these two players. Both of them having got the better of him. It was a bit unfortunate yesterday because Gacina was doing fairly well. But I think this battle, another one. We've had all exciting battles from the day. We knew this was going to happen today. Shez, we knew that we were going to have those big games, and each of them was going to be fairly close. Groth, of course, wanting to change the ball right early on, and not too happy with it. And he's all right with this.
So Jonathan Groth is 31 years of age. He's currently 30th in the world. His highest has been 15th. That was in November of 2018. His opponent, Tomokazu Harimoto, is just 20 years of age. And he is 9th in the world right now, though he has been, of course, a former world number 2. That was at the end of 2022. Teenage prodigy Tomokazu Harimoto. Pei Wei Min is the umpire. Harimoto has won Olympic bronze for Japan, the team event in his home Olympics in 2020. World champs. He's got 2 silvers in mixed doubles, 21 and 23, and a bronze in Chengdu for Japan in 2022. In terms of singles, at the World Cup in Chengdu, he got a silver in 2019. Chen Chuxia is our assistant umpire. Cup finals, silvers in 21 and 22. World Tour Grand Finals, he won in 2018 in Incheon. Asia Championships, a bronze in 2019. Asia Cup, he won in 2022. And a Summer Youth Olympics, Youth Olympics singles silver medalist in 2018. He is a former world junior champion in 2016. That's when he really got noticed. And Jonathan Groth, well, he knows he's got his work cut out for him. The Dane has won a silver at the European Games in singles and also finished third at the Europe Top 16. Bronze in 2018. So hasn't really accomplished as much as his opponent, has never beaten him. He has got a lot of work to do today. Left-hander, Jonathan Groth.
Left-hander with a sleeping serve. We talked about that at length yesterday. It's got a very unique serving style, but that doesn't really matter to Harimoto, who's already gone 2 points ahead.
Yeah, Harimoto has a 64% win rate against lefties. A little bit less than his normal rate, but yeah, I don't think he's finds it too much more difficult for him.
Got a bit unawares, Jonathan Groth. It's now 1-3, and this is what happened. Well, just misguiding that, was looking to get it just over the net, but sometimes the effort to land the unplayable is tough. He's done it again. Needs to settle down a little bit, calm himself. To be fair to Harimoto, Harimoto is already in that zone. He's come in very relaxed.
Light, 1 ball.
And that's much better. Much better from Jonathan Groth.
Yeah, just that little bit of height on the return from Harimoto. Groth exploits it immediately. Good play from Groth. He's just cramping his opponent for space.
It's very, very interesting here today to see how, well, every single game is just going to be players trading points.
3-5.
Didn't see that in the previous game, which was the only exception. Two points behind Jonathan Groth to serve. Both these athletes can be very vocal with what they do, especially when it comes to winning a point.
Yeah, Harimoto is one of the most vocal players of all. Did it clip? It did. Both the, I think, the net and the edge here. Oh, that is a rarity indeed. Maybe he just needs a little bit of luck.
Harimoto just returning the favor here.
Only a point in it. It's been a good little period here for Groth. excellent now, drawn level. Through crucial points.
Tomokazu Harimoto starting off very strong, but just look at the way that Groth is doing his level best to get back. He's been choosing his shots very carefully, watching Harimoto's strategy as well. I did not think that was going to happen, but Jonathan Groth has comfortably taken the lead and stayed there 2 points ahead as he leads 8-6.
Wow, this is 5 points in a row from Jonathan Groth.
7-8.
Harimoto
finally breaks that run.
Did. And I think that's very important because I think either of these players takes their foot off that, you know, off the gas, and I think what's going to happen is the other's just going to run away with it, which is why they have to be so cautious. I do believe Harimoto would have been probably the favorite to, you know, take this, but I think Groth has been in fantastic form. He was yesterday as well, very consistent, and there it is, beautifully played.
Wow, Groth, if he can take this first game, that will be such a plus. To get it early on, Glenn, and get that squared away, that's huge.
It is, it is. It's also the sensible thing to do because your stamina is still a bit more than it will be in the fourth game.
He's given himself 3 game points here, Jonathan Groth. This is huge.
Very effective play from him, did not have to move too much, directed that ball around. Very nice use of his forehand and backhand. Not too much of movement from the feet, but he just had it all covered. So that's the game point for him.
Oh, this is excellent. Jonathan Groth has won the first game here, and it's a 4-point margin. Now that is going to come in handy later on if this ends up in a draw, because 10 points ahead of his opponent overall in the reckoning. 11-7 at the end of game 1 to Jonathan Groth.
The game. Harimoto to serve. Love all.
So a good moment here for Jonathan Groth. Now, well, he wants to go for the win. He knows even a draw right now is probably going to be enough, depending on what happens in the games that he potentially loses to Tomokazu Harimoto. The margin, so he wants to stick as close as possible to Harimoto. That's his aim now. That's a brilliant shot. Harimoto, if he wants to give himself a real shot at this, he probably needs to win this game, Glenn.
I think going by how it is and just looking by even that, giving Groth that space, Groth really getting himself into a very comfortable position to angle that back. I think that's the worry. Currently among the two players, it's Groth who's doing more of the thinking. And that serve just says it as he leads, well, 2 points to 1.
I mean, this is going very, very well. Now, even if Groth wins this, there's no guarantee that he still goes through, because it also then depends on what happens the next 2 games. And Harimoto will know, I'm sure someone must be working it out, that he'll then have to win the next 2 games by pretty big margins.
I think the coaches would have a handle on that for sure.
But this it's already starting to look like a decent lead here.
Well, unless Harimoto does come up with a bit of magic, it is Groth who's very, very much in command. It is Groth who's doing the best that he can. I mean, look at that lead, Ches. It's now 5-1. He's had, you know, just looking at the way he's been playing, a slight jab there earlier. And then that just executed so well.
This is very, very good as far as Groth is concerned. Harimoto in real danger here.
6-1.
Well, Harimoto was, wow, considered real, you know, winner, the one to progress. But how the tables have turned. We spoke about upsets. We spoke about unexpected results. All boils down to the day.
Absolutely.
2-6.
Nothing can be taken to chance here, and Harimoto finally breaks that run of points with this little bit of,
well, just that slight change in the angle, and what a bit of placement from Harimoto. So 2-6.
Got to dig pretty deep here. Two very useful points for Harimoto.
Well, the last thing he wants to do is that Groth get away with another game. And it will be interesting to see what, well, Groth can provide here. Let's not forget, Shazad, we do have the next session that will be kicking in. We aptly named it the breakfast, lunch, tea, and then the dinner session. Although I'm still stuck for whether we call it the dinner session or the supper session. Having said that, what a bright morning those first 3 games for us.
Yeah, and the big story is that Dang Cho is out.
7-4.
That's the first big upset we've had today.
But we really weren't going to see that, and it was just caught us by surprise, didn't it? And then
Light 7-4.
we also saw Anton Schalbury provide his, well, magic.
And not long, no issues for him. Look at Togami goes through at the expense of Dang Cho. This is a bit better from Harimoto, who's just won 3 points here in a row. Groth will think back, well, he was in such a good position. Still got the lead though. Great winner from Groth. Goes across Harimoto.
He's been going from strength to strength with these. Just look at the amount of power that he's generating in that great acceleration. That must have moved so very fast. Even for Harimoto to glance at it, it had already gone past. So.
He's just keeping himself within striking distance here, Harimoto.
Playing like a true champion, Jonathan Groth. Haven't seen him looking this confident. He's very much in control of the situation, not just the game. He's got a sniff of victory. He knows he can do it. And it's just boils down to stifling Harimoto, which he has been doing.
Nicely done on the serve here by Groth. Wow, if he can go 2 up here, he could almost kind of see the finish line in sight. Not quite, but also he wants to try and win this by a good margin. Oh, he's given himself a real shot here. 4 game points. Wow.
On the verge of clinching the second game. Tomokazu Harimoto will have a few questions that will have to be answered after this game.
This is huge. Jonathan Groth has won the second as well, and he's done it by a very decent margin. This means that Harimoto now has it all to do in the next 2 games. The second game has gone to Groth 11-6. He's 2 up here. He leads by 9. He was leading by 6 coming into this. It's 15 points now. He's ahead of Harimoto.
Om du spelar skruv så spelar skruv ordentligt. Och så bara, likadant i spel. Lugnt och fint, jobba.
Clear.
Jättebra. Precis.
Third game, great to serve. A ball.
Huge here, Jonathan Groth. Jonathan Groth has put himself in a fantastic position here to take.
Love 1.
Now, let's do a few permutations for you, because best Tomokazu Harimoto can do here is to win the next 2 games, right? And he has to win them handsomely because of the margin. Coming into this, Groth had a 6-point advantage. He's now won the first 2 games, 11-7, 11-6. That's 9 points today. Plus the 6 is 15, right? So, Tomokazu Harimoto has to win by 16 points on average across the 2 games. In theory, that means winning both matches 11-3.
That's almost impossible given the current situation
Yeah.
and the fact that Groth, although he may be 3 points behind right now, is in fairly stellar form, but Harimoto...
Good start. It's a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, these are tight margins now. This is... Groth will be, I'm sure, acutely aware of this. He's thinking, all I need to do is just get more than 3 points in each game, and I should be fine. Easier said than done. But you'd think he should be able to, given what's happened, as you said earlier.
1 4.
That
One down.
That variation from changing it from a touch to a pacey exchange, I think, so important. But we do know one thing, Jonathan Groth has all his actions right from especially in the last 2 games, he's looked confident, he knows what he's doing. Harimoto didn't seem to be all there for quite a bit of time. He is now in this in this game, but is it a bit too late? Because Jonathan Groth's been there present 100% with what he's doing.
He's now won 2 of the 3 points he requires in this game. Of course, it starts getting interesting if he matches Jonathan Groth.
That would be.
If he now then matches him, what is going to happen next?
But I think with these games, just like you and me, do love to have a straight winner and somebody to progress straight without having to go through all the calculations. I'm sure the officials would feel the same.
Timeout here called by Harimoto. Doesn't look very happy right now.
Igång hela tiden, utmana honom. Gör det du tror på hela tiden. Kom inte till det. Kör nu. Kör nu.
Time.
Well, the Harimotos are both in action at the moment. Miwa Harimoto, the sister of Tomokazu, is on the next table. She's having much better luck at the moment. She's just won her match. She's 3 up against Kim Na-young.
That's what the timeout does, isn't it?
Yeah, big one now. So now Harimoto, if we're splitting the points between the two games, he really just has to put a string of points together now and win this. Otherwise, he's got too much to do in the next game, and he hopes that he might have to even try to bagel Groth. You don't want to put yourself in that position.
Well, let's just say we ignore the calculations. Let's just say that Harimoto goes and wins this game. But there's still one more game.
Yeah.
And looking at the form that Groth has been in, I think that's a very, very big obstacle for Harimoto.
Not going to be his long too. Well, this has been excellent. That's why he's screaming every point that he makes here.
But definitely the right advice from the coach, and he looks to be following it. He's playing straight onto, well, Jonathan Groth, not giving him any space to work with, just cramping that. Sent two those very, very close to his body.
Oh, wow.
That's a string of points, isn't it?
Huge. This is huge. That little period he had, the timeout, he's won 4 in a row since then. Massive.
What a difference in his approach in this very game. What a difference. You can see it very clearly, the way that he's been, well, trying to win on the third shot, the way that he's been avoiding giving.
Oh, he's missed it. Every point that Groth wins is just making it a little hard in his quest to go through. Yeah, he knows it. That is tough.
So Harimoto comfortably on 8 points now in this third game. Jonathan Groth to serve. It's 4-8.
They really now just have to try and win it without conceding any more points.
What a difference here this is making. 2 points away from claiming, well, that game to stay in it.
That was huge. That was very important for Groth. And I think this might be slipping away now for Tomokazu Harimoto.
Well, he's pleased as punch, Jonathan Groth, and so is his coach.
Points. Now he's got 5 game points here. He really needs to convert, I think, even by my calculations now. He still, even if he wins this point, the next game's got to be almost perfect. Let's see. Oh, he hasn't done it. And that was huge because I think now the lead for Groth by my very poor maths is, even if Harimoto wins this now, it's something like 20 points. So he's got to win by love in the next game. Oh, ho, ho. Almost makes it in.
Excellent play, and I think a well-deserved win here for Harimoto. Shares
yeah,
that time out, and then he just came slam back in.
He did, but he also conceded a couple that he didn't want to. It's really hard here. We're going to see the differential in points, and that will give us an idea of what is required here for Tomokazu Harimoto, who is down by 4 here. He won the third game 11-6. It's 2-1 to Jonathan Groth.
Spring inte runt på den i så fall. Sista årets rätt god. Den spelar de bra på idag i backhand om du väntar. Men kom, viktigaste, var på honom hela tiden och så se till att rycka i honom.
So by our calculations, anything more than 11-1 and Groth is through. It's a big ask, Glenn, because we haven't seen anything close to that so far. Harimoto has to play the perfect game. He needs to do what Shunsuke Togami did to Dang Cho, but Dang Cho was already out by then. Jonathan Groth knows he just needs to score 2 points or more, and he's good.
I think this fourth game will be a very interesting battle because we've seen how Harimoto has come back.
Yeah, he's got, I mean, you've got to be almost perfect here. And the minute he scores 1, then it's very, very hard. 11-1 is still enough to tie. That would actually just tie things. Number 2.
He's working towards that, working to keep his opponent at love.
The pressure is all on Harimoto right now. He won't be feeling too much yet, Groth. Just needs 2 points in this to secure his place, by our reckoning. 1 point would tie proceedings, and then it will get interesting. Oh, he's dropped a point. Clipping the net along the way, Groth. So he's got that point early on, Glenn.
Very early, and I think this could be, I mean, this is also a bit of a booster for Groth to
Massive.
get back into that form that he was in the first 2 games. So it's an interesting equation, and I think Harimoto knows that.
Yeah.
You could read that through his expression. Giving up.
But now, Glenn, the thing is, Harimoto has to win 8 points in a row, effectively. That no one has done that so far in this match. It's a big ask.
Well, can he do it? He currently leads 3 points to 1. Let's not forget that he had such a massive comeback in that 3rd game. Really from under Groth's feet.
And that's it, as far as we can tell.
And Groth understands. He does understand.
Just has to see us through now. Well, he's still going to work hard here, Harimoto.
Well, nicely placed back. Beautiful backhand, and just getting Jonathan Groth to drag that one out of the table. Groth will serve. He's on 2 points. Harimoto is on 4. Let's not put anything past this European player who knows what he's doing. To change of the ball. I think we are looking at, well, a lot of changes here, and there's a reason for it. All these players we've seen from the morning do tend to slam the ball pretty hard, especially with their surefire shots. And it's interesting here. So 2-4.
Good rally, this one.
So he's just going from strength to strength. Tomokazu Harimoto. Beautifully placed there. Did stretch Jonathan Groth right to the end.
Timeout called by Groth.
Time.
For 3 points clear, Harimoto.
Full 5. Continue playing.
So interesting equation here for Harimoto and Groth, the way that they've been going about their business.
Now, interesting, because he's won that point. He's no longer cheering. I just wonder whether it's dawned upon him, the equations. that, from our reckoning anyway, he cannot go through.
Well, let's find out after this point.
Okay, well, forget that theory.
Yeah. Well, he just keeps us guessing, doesn't he? Harimoto. But that is some amazing play from him. Well, just doing enough to keep Jonathan Groth in check. And look at that score. We've kind of ignored that. He's just built up. It's now 7-2.
7-2. Ooh. 3-7.
Groth just testing the waters there. Gets it up to 3 points. I do believe Groth has got what it takes to step it up back again. I think he should have gone for a win at all costs, no matter what.
Yeah, you don't play for the draws or whatever, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. And he had it after winning 2 straight games. You want to come in and still put a bit of pressure on your opponent. It's just that timeout, I think, that broke his rhythm. But Harimoto came back stronger. But now it's 7-4. So here's Harimoto, still 3 points ahead. Groth to serve.
Yeah, clipping off the net. Yeah, just to repeat now that even if Harimoto wins at this stage, it's not going to be enough.
Unless the calculations totally differ.
Yeah. We'll put that little caveat in.
Yeah. I think the people in charge of the numbers, well, it's always the scorers. You always try and figure out what math do they work with, what is the formula. But 4 points Jonathan Groth has pulled in. And he's just ruled this game, Harimoto. He's just ruled the previous game and this game, there's no doubt about it.
Remember, Groth was 2 up in this.
Groth was almost unplayable in those
yeah.
first 2 games, and
Agreed.
now the tables have turned.
Oh, locked the table there for Harimoto's got 6 game points.
Absolutely massive, this kind of play, and that is really intelligent. Well, I spun it straight back through him totally off guard and just disposed it entirely out of reach. Oh, that is fantastic, and I'd have a whoop of joy for him as well. So here we are, game point, which means this encounter will end with a draw. We will of course have our the people in charge of the numbers doing tallying the points on the side. Top edge.
Pulls one back there. Jonathan Groth. Still 5 game points here for Groth to save. Big ask. Well, Harimoto has won the game. It's 2-all. He's celebrating. It's been a massive match here.
We are going to find out, of course, how to put that together. But Harimoto really coming back. 2 fantastic games that he's given us. We've got to figure out what is the differential.
Yeah, because he's celebrating as if he's won it. So we'll get that confirmation shortly on the table. We'll have to assume that that is correct, that he is actually through, but the table will come through shortly.
He was celebrating almost like it was the finale, which means he really had to earn these last 2 games. We will find out, of course, and let's run you through the scores as well, just to keep you up to date.
It was quite the match, wasn't it? This one, it seesawed back and forth.
I think it's a game of, well,
look at that, look how it meant.
It's literally a game that belonged to both players, you know, Groth looking so strong in the beginning, and then that comeback, to come back so powerful, you know, in that third and fourth game.
Well, it ends here with Tomokazu Harimoto losing the first games. Groth won it 11-7, 11-6. And then he won it the next two, 11-6, 11-5, 2-all. Now, he's got more points here, 35 to 33. So that could well put him in good stead. But we will await to see the final table. He's got more points in this match. But overall, Jonathan Groth has scored less points but got a better differential.
Six. The game for Harimoto.
So we look back at this. Harimoto has beaten Groth on points won, but it's Groth overall that has won this group from what we're seeing here. As we thought was the case, he has not scored as many points, but his average is slightly higher, Glenn.
Well, it certainly is, and I think that possibly he'll be the one going through. If you ask me, both the players were sitting down awaiting that, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's
Harimoto's celebration, I think, was just a little premature.
Well, he could still celebrate winning those two
celebrate the coming back, but it was because of that last game. The last two games, he needed to win by a better margin, and he didn't do the business. So Jonathan Groth is the one that goes through from our reckoning. In this, next up, it's Omar Assar versus Truls Moregard.
Well, let's just get you acquainted with the next match. It's going to be Omar Assar versus, well, Moregard, Truls Moregard. And well, he beat Noshad Alamian 4-0 in his previous game. It was a very convincing victory. Just a reminder that it's my main man, Shazad Haq, and we'll be taking you through the action. And Glenn Mascarenhas accompanying him to give you coverage of this encounter. So do stay with us as we get ready for the next game, which kicks off in just a little bit. Well, do remember, these are deciders that we'll see players sail through to the next round.
Introduce men's table. Moregard representing Sweden. Assar representing Egypt. 来自瑞典的克罗斯霍内加德对阵来自埃及的阿萨尔。The umpire of men's table 男子球台副裁判沈秋霞 China. Assistant umpire 副裁判陈希婉 Hong Kong China.
So, Assar versus Truls Moregard in this one. As we now see the equation for these two in Group 16. Actually, there's a bit of an advantage here for Assar, who beat Noshad Alamian 11-7, 11-9, 11-5, 11-5, 4-0. Truls Moregard had a tough time against Alamian. That was one of the matches so far of this event. And it was 6-11, 13-11, 13-11, 11-8. Very, very tight indeed. That actually puts him at a slight disadvantage here. The fact that actually this man has an opportunity. Assar. Assar versus Truls Moregard. Truls Moregard is 22, currently 19th in the world. He was seeded 17 here. He has been, of course, a former world number 3 towards the end of 2022, famously finishing second at the World Champs in 2021 in Houston. And really an enigmatic talent who has plenty of tricks as well up his sleeve. 32-year-old Assar has been there, done that before. 17th in the world. He's been a little high at 16th just a few weeks ago, playing some of his best table tennis. Lost, won the African Games, I should say, beat Kodji Aruna in the final. Chen Fuxia as an umpire, that was just a few weeks ago. Earlier this year, 4-3, dramatic stuff, 11-6 in the final game. Ji Wai is the assistant umpire for this one. Assar has been one of the flag bearers for African table tennis, along with the aforementioned Kodji Aruna. Assar has won plenty within his region. African Games, he's been champion multiple times in singles, team event, mixed doubles, and African Championships. He's also won singles, mixed doubles, and doubles. It's outside of that that he really wants to make his mark. Truls Moregard to serve. See, the advantage is with the lower ranked player here. We've seen a few upsets today, haven't we, already? Will that vein continue today? A confident start from the Egyptian. Moregard, as I mentioned, came second in the World Champs in 21. He with a team event bronze in 2018. He was very, very young. In singles, he finished second twice at the Europe top 16. 22 and 24.
2-1.
British Championship he's won twice as well, in 2019 and 2021. I think it's very telling that Omar Assar had no problems at all with Noshad Alamian, a player he has struggled with in the past, whereas Moregard was pushed and really found it tough. Similar sort of tricky player.
2-all.
I think what's interesting here is that currently Omar Assar actually outranks Truls Moregard.
3-2.
Yeah, you can't let go of your racket or your bat. He actually still got it over, which was impressive. That point goes to Moregard.
2-4.
Yeah, it's 16 there, Omar Assar to Moregard 20. Most people look at Moregard as the big star, but we must give Assar his due and say he's the one who thanks.
2-5.
Moregard, but in terms of the seedings, it was Moregard who there's the outranking here.
This is an encounter, Shez, that we were waiting for, just to see how Omar Assar does perform after that 4-0 drubbing of Alamiya. So it's very, very interesting. But Moregard
7-2.
seems to be very much in control here. He's playing a very, very strong game. Hasn't got vocal as yet. He's started off in a very, very docile manner, but he's keeping the lead, and it's quite a big one.
2-8.
It's raced ahead. It's now 2-8. Using really, really playing the game here. Talking of which, Shez, I have to mention one bit. We were just talking about that design yesterday so much, which, you know, Moregard
3-8.
is famous for. And now if you actually do go online or you research any bats, you will get 70% of visible available products with hexagon bats.
Yeah,
and I realize what you were saying about how it's becoming pretty much the order of the day. Never tried playing with one, but it'd be very interesting to try. Now Omar Assar trying to step it back up. I think he hasn't really read Moregard's game here. Moregard's coming very, very strong. It's bringing a few surprises. Do you notice the change in the body language of Omar Assar? He was a lot more pumped up on day one.
Yeah.
He's a bit more reserved here today, and I wonder whether there's a bit of concern because he knows how important this is. It's Moregard.
Well, now the equation is because he beat, or Assar beat Alamian more convincingly, he has the advantage here today.
I think he's just getting his groove back slowly.
5-9.
This one was always going to be an interesting group. He's scored one more point and conceded a lot less. So he can have the luxury. Yeah, advantage, luxury, if you will, of doesn't have to win as many games. But it's again, it'll come down to a straight shootout. Whoever wins this goes through. A draw is good for Omar Assar.
I do believe that's what Truls Moregard is very well aware of. The fact that he knows he's got to win it and he's going all out. So he's up to, that's the first, well, very convincing point for him. 4 game points now for Truls Moregard. Relying very heavily on a par game to outdo Assar.
10-7.
3 game points now.
Yeah, he's done well here to save one net on Assar, but he's got a long way to go. Another one saved.
He spoke of Omar Assar at length and how he was, a youngster back then when, Beali and, well, Assar were already very experienced defenders.
They all won the bronze medal at the Team World Cup back in 2013. What an achievement there for Egypt.
So right now he's actually their star player. He's right up there.
That's another one, 3 in a row here for Assar.
Absolutely phenomenal work being done here by the Egyptian. Beautiful serve. He's really pulling every trick out of the bag. We've got a timeout.
Ser väl ut som är bra. Du har gjort allt bra, som säger. Det ska ju vara. Du skapar ju lägena. Frågan är ju nu denna söndag. Därifrån får du se lite ju, eller hur? Men att du gör något ordentligt, okej? Och sen, nej. Får du sen inte jävligt noga på det här löset. Titta, du fick ju läget där. Men du satt den raka istället där, eller? Det har varit bra, så bara lägg fokus på det, okej? Allah. Allah, Allah, Allah.
So you ask for timeout first now? Yes. You ask for timeout? Yes. Okay, you ask for timeout. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah. You ask for timeout, right? You ask for timeout? 8, 10.
You think it was less? You think it was net, sir?
I will take timeout. Okay. Timeout is 8, 10, 9. Okay. Give up.
There's some confusion with the who called the timeout, and they're going to just sort out the I think the electronics. We'll be back in just a short while after it's sorted out.
9-10.
Looks like we got all that sorted out, and Assar has got himself level here at 10-all. Oh, very good rally, and Assar was under the cosh here, and he has battled back. I think he saved something like 4 game points, and in fact given himself a shot now at taking this game. That's got to be frustrating for Moregard, who, I don't know whether that delay has also not worked in his favour. He saves it there, Moregard. Great little flick there from Assar into that corner. He's up by 1. He's got his second game point. Can he finish this off? Take the first game, give himself that early advantage.
12-4.
I do believe there was something to do with the scorecard at that point of time, having to be adjusted, and chose Moregard. Well, I don't think was too happy about that long delay. But, well, I don't think it's changed anything. Both players have still maintained their momentum. Assar knows how important this is.
Moregard back on game point.
Well, just as they had such a lovely rally going, trying to change direction, Assar found the net instead.
He's drawn level again.
I think he does that every time. Every time that, you know, Moregard wins a point and then Assar's back in. But he's got to win the next one, Assar.
14-13.
He acknowledges that Lady Fortune played just a bit of a role in that one. With the flicking of the net. He's got game point again. Assar takes the first game.
That was fantastic play. Excellent returns there. Those reflexes. Assar really at the top of his game, especially in this last point, putting on a display as to why he is where he is currently in contest.
He's got the early advantage here. Assar wins game 1 against Moregard.
Really very, very strong here. Turning everything back.
So Assar with the first game. And wins it 15-13.
Second game, Oma to serve. Love ball.
It's just got a little harder now for Truls Moregard because he has to win the next 3 games. Draw will not be good enough for him.
Love 1.
So that's going to be a big ask for the Swede. Nice shot on the forehand into the corner from Assar.
2-1.
Yeah, he just had a bit of a dip in form, Truls Moregard, in terms of where he was not too long ago. 19 matches played this year, 12 wins is not bad, but lost to Ma Long and Incheon in the Champions event there in the round of 32, lost 3-0. Wang Chuqin also having him 3-0 in the round of 16 in the Singapore Smash. Those are not bad results at all. He actually beat Shunsuke Togami and Liam Pitchford before that in the Smash. Must be Felix Lebrun at the star contender. These are all fantastic opponents.
I think it's those returns really that are doing everything, you know, Shez. I just saw that play with Truls Moregard and Omar Assar, just able to get all those difficult shots back onto the table. That has really been a high point. And he's just going from strength to strength.
He is, you're right.
I think really the formula for Assar has been, let's not do anything wrong. Let's just get everything that we can right. He's not taking risks. He's playing it safe, but somehow or the other, he's absolutely sure of what he's doing. Leads currently 4-2 in the second game, and I think Truls Moregard currently on the back foot. Well, let's not forget we still have 4 games.
3-4.
With 1 just done, so it's difficult to just count a result, but we do know that disadvantage Assar after winning that convincingly, and if it is a draw, the Egyptian will have reason to celebrate.
Let 3-4.
Well, the one time that they did meet,
4-all.
was at the World Champs last year. And that was in Durban. Omar Assar winning their match 4-2 overall. Just shows the shift in rankings between them. All square here in this second game.
6-5.
Truls Moregard just in front. Remember, he has to win this game. Otherwise, the contest is over.
5-7.
He's not happy at all, is he?
Moregard has been unusually quiet. today. More controlled. Well, Assar has been very animated. Now Moregard with that 2-point cushion. Assar to serve. Just going close.
Yeah, it's become a kind of a battle of attrition at the moment between these two.
It certainly is, but it's so unique to see both players adopt a similar strategy. Very reliant on serve, and there it is. That's a perfect serve from Omar Assar as he draws level 7-all. Beautifully done there. Just generated a good amount of spin on that. Moregard unable to reply.
7-8.
And I think shares what has been the real key point in the previous game and the current game. Assar's ability to return not just the serve, but those really difficult shots which are hard to reach. Doing it, but he's reaching them.
9-7.
And now 2 points ahead of Moregard. Moregard was just leading a while back.
Yep, changed again.
Just trying to find the area about the net, but it's going to be a timeout.
Yeah, no surprises on the timeout call by Moregard. He needs to do something drastic here in order to stay in this match. So now, here's Moregard looking to win this game. Remember, he wins it, he still gives himself a chance. Is it? That's it for him. These 2 points, absolute vital now for him. Now he's gone all out. And he's done it. That came off the edge. That doesn't matter to him.
Well, I think the attempt was, really good. The intent was good. Perfectly placed there. I think Assar also taken by surprise. And that's needed. Game point now. And this is very, very important.
Oh, huge point for Truls Moregard. He's not going to celebrate much because he knows he's only a third of the way through his mission to win 3 games in a row. That was an important step, nonetheless. Shifting Omar side to side. This coach.
Sigh of relief for him.
For now, anyway. The second game goes the way Truls Moregard. 9, it's 1-all. Gets Marsa.
Bara för att flytta han lite, okej? Nej, men inte det. Så du är med nu så du var nu? Små fötter då, följer du?
Moregard. Third game, Moregard to serve. Love ball.
So it's an all-new game here between Assar and Moregard, and more importantly, let's remind you that this, of course, is a very crucial game too. Now, each of them has won a game apiece. Both have been very, very tight affairs. So it's 1-all. Assar, of course, once again getting on the points. It's now 2-love as Moregard fails to hold his service. But that spark from Moregard towards the end of the previous game is outstanding. And Assar's back in with his whoops of joy, with his chanting, with his expression. It's 3-0, or 3-love, sorry. And I have to say, we are switching intensity between sides. It's Moregard who's taking on that mantle sometimes, Assar sometimes, and that's it. That's a beautifully played shot. How do you reply to that? This is what Truls Moregard is known for, that true quality that you know, he brings to the sport. Absolutely phenomenal work being done by him to fight back.
A great start from Omar Assar in the third game. Remember, he wins this still. That's why the pressure's on Moregard. He wins it, it's over as a contest.
1-4.
I think he liked that one.
I think he loved it. He's just, it's like he's playing in another zone altogether, Omar Assar. It's just been, I've noticed it from day one. Thought in the morning, I mean, thought in this early part of the game it was not there, but just that focus. It's like he can only see the round of 16 and nothing else.
4-2.
Yeah, he is very focused, I agree.
That kind of determination is, I mean, it will get you places. And the beauty of it is that he's got the skills to back him up.
Yep, he certainly does. And Omar Assar looking to progress to the next round. It's Truls Moregard, who is up against it here. On the ground, and it was just too far away from Omar Assar.
He's a big lad. For him to get up and reach for that was never going to be easy. So I think that's really where the issue is. So just getting the better of Omar Assar, but beautifully placed once again. Goes right across. Really decent work being done here by Truls Moregard. We've enjoyed every single game here today, but this game has presented an entirely different thrill. We're looking at two extremely determined players. And it's 4-all now. Assar talks to himself. to the crowd and to his coach as well, probably. Got the winner, isn't it? Just dispatch that, finish it off.
Lovely forehand.
Just look at the way that he does it. When you have two players who, you know, match each other's skills, you just got to wait for those opportunities.
6-4.
Just took the weight off that one, Omar Assar.
Moregard is also aware of the situation, there's no doubt about it. And that's where Moregard really thrives, when he puts it on the extreme right of Assad. Puts him into a bit of a muddle. Did he just do a jig?
A little jig there, despite losing the point.
Looked a bit like tap dancing.
Went for a shot there, Moregard.
He's been trying to push it towards that right of Assar every now and then, because he knows if he gets it on the table, then 9 out of 10, Assar's not going to reach it. But every now and then, it's also going to sail away from the table to the extreme. And I think that's where Assar, of course, then gets a whoop of joy. So 2 points ahead for Moregard to serve. Remember, this is only the third game. We've still got another game to go. But at the end of this game, well, we pretty much might know where the players stand. Let's make that a 3-point lead. Phenomenal play. To see a player with so much of energy, focus, determination, probably the most among all the contestants here this time. Normally see that kind of energy with a lot of the younger players. And those points are just coming in. It's now 9 points, 2 points adrift from taking this game. And Moregard is 4 behind. Omar Assar, can he hold on to claim these 2 points, to claim the game? And of course, his passage through to the round of 16. There he is, 5 game points now. That was so crucial. Moregard just unable to get it in. And Assar's dragged that wide.
Well, this is big. Big for Assar, big for Moregard to save these points, or he is effectively out.
There it is, 11-6 as he gets on his knees.
Big win there for Omar Assar. He's on his knees because he knows that's all he needed to do. Unlike, unfortunately for Tomokazu Harimoto, who went on his knees thinking he'd won without really doing the calculations here. Assar knows that all he had to do was to get to 2. That's why he's celebrating, just to give you the context.
Of course, there's still a game left for these 2 lads to play out, but Omar Assar, what an effort. Was very much in control of this. The previous game was entirely, well, that latter part of it belonged to Moregard, but Well, he's really earned this. He's really earned this. Assar, fantastic form here. And Chess, we want to run through those scores.
Yeah, 11-6 in game 3. Omar Assar 2-1 up here with 1 game to go.
Come on.
Fourth game, Oman to serve. Loud ball. One all. One. No. Mind your behavior.
And I think but I don't know what will happen. I don't want you to be harmed, yeah?
Mind your
Ooh, a little bit of was there some issue there, I think.
Stop. No, this is the fourth game.
2-2 in points.
Okay. 2-2. Let's. 2-2. Okay. 2-2.
There was some issue there with the points system, and also I think some dispute as well, but it has been resolved. Anyway, it is now effectively irrelevant, given that the match is done and dusted in favor of Omar Assar. He's just giving a thumbs up to someone in the crowd. Now that just shows you kind of where he is right now.
The pressure's off his shoulders, isn't it?
Yeah. Kind of saw it, didn't we, with Deng Cho.
He's also got a few fans in there.
Yeah, the intensity's completely gone. Oh, what a shot. Well, I guess he can put on the exhibition stuff. I think even Omar Assar was pretty impressed by that. Oh, again, brilliant.
Absolutely stunning, isn't it?
4-6.
And then he goes in for the night shot.
Moregard. Stop. Mind your behavior. Mind your behavior. Mind your behavior.
That's the second time that she said that, because Moregard kind of doing the exhibition stuff. And
he just knocked the ball out again.
Yeah, he's kind of switched off, and I think the umpire's trying to.
He just looks shocked at that 7-4 while he's entertaining the crowd.
Yeah, I think just kind of going through the motions at this stage. And this is the point. If the players are going to treat you like this, I think the point I was making earlier was, well, maybe
Should
just
you
end
have
it.
that last game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
If it's already done and
Especially
dusted.
because it's the decider, isn't it? Well, that's one. But the second is, since the rules are on and you're still supposed to play.
No, that's true. You're absolutely right.
Respect for your opponent.
But the other point is, what if you're playing these games now that don't matter any longer, right, Glenn? But something happens to Omar Assar. It's all done. if Omar Assar got himself injured for some reason, in any way, in these games that don't matter, that could then have a bearing. Or he gets, you know, tired or something. But anyway, doesn't matter. It's done here. Jules Moregard kind of had enough. Put on some good exhibition stuff at the end. Omar Assar delighted. He is through to the round of 16 here in the World Cup.
He was the crowd favorite here today, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they were kind of backing him, weren't they? There were some Swedes, of course, in the house. But
we saw them earlier as well. I mean, hats off to them. They travel all the way from Sweden just to support their fans. I mean, to support their favorite players.
Omar Assar has got to the round of 16 twice before, in Liège in 2017 and 2015 as well in Halmstad. So Omar Assar beats Jules Moregard 15-13, 9-11. A couple more very, very good game results there. It was over after the 2, by the way, and he is done.
So Krill comes on next, but Krill Gerasimenko, and this is a very, very interesting matchup. We did, of course, cover one of the other ones. It's Wang Chuqin, the world #1, had a 2-all draw with An Jae-hyun, and now it's left to be seen what he brings to the table here. Very, very interesting battle between these lads. Now also keep in mind the fact that this is the decider of who goes through to the round of 16, and it's the men's singles group stage, round 3. We are on to day 3, which is our final day before we get into the knockout stages. It's Shahzad Hakka leading you through this, and I'm Glenn Mascarenas, keeping him company as we guide you through this contest. So, world #1 did not have the best start to this contest. Well, let's figure out what he can come up with today. He's got his his customary band on, and I think this is really now not just a test for the world #1 Shez, regarding where he stands, but it's for his inner self. It's for himself to try and figure out what's going on and how is he going to perform today. As you mentioned, he probably might just come out tops.
Yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed at how things ended up when he had a 2-0 lead against An Jae-hyun and then lost that lead. Yesterday we saw Kirill Gerasimenko play very, very well against An Jae-hyun. So Kirill Gerasimenko is 27 years of age, is currently 40th in the world. He's been higher at 26. This year he got to the final of the WTT Beirut, his best result. Wang Chuqin is just 23. He is the new world #1. I say new, it's been about a month or so since that has happened. The third time he has been world #1, and this is the longest he has held it for now, and he's got a decent lead as well on Fan Dingdong in #2. He won the Singapore Smash as well recently, beating Liang Jingkun in the final. That's his best result of the year. Lai Shu-chung is our umpire. He hasn't lost a match this year in WTT events. Ingrid Borgren is our assistant umpire. He did lose a match at the World Team Championships, and he drew one against An Jae-hyun.
That was probably the most interesting one for us because An Jae-hyun against him was, played a different character entirely from what we saw yesterday.
Now, we've got to talk equations here.
One lob.
Kirill Gerasimenko's got a good pass on hand. Oh, he's got lots of fans, Wang Chuqin.
Lob 2.
Now, An Jae-hyun drew with Wang Chuqin. 9-11, 7-11, 11-9, 11-8. It was 2-all between An Jae-hyun and Kirill Gerasimenko.
1-2.
7-11, An Jae-hyun. 11-9. 11-10. 10-12. Very, very tight. That could have gone either way. So what in theory could happen here is these two draw today, 2-all, it ends 2-all, and then we'll come down to number of points won. So I think that'll be very, very interesting to see. So that's what Gerasimenko will be hoping can happen, that he can get a couple games. He doesn't have to beat Wang Chuqin. He has to draw with him at least. A win, of course, gives him the outright passage through. Whoever wins this match goes through And I think Wang Chuqin will be having a bit of a backlash today after that loss. Oh, sorry, what might have felt like a loss when he drew with An Jae-hyun.
Now, it's a very interesting matchup that you just mentioned, but I do believe that, well, Gerasimenko also viewed this game with An Jae-hyun
with disappointment.
And I'm sure that, you know, Gerasimenko's coach would probably try and figure out what were the weak points that Wang Chuqin was displaying. I mean, every player goes through fatigue, every player goes through his, you know, low moments. I don't think Wang Chuqin has too many of them, because even though he drew, just as you mentioned, Shez, he did not lose the match. So Gerasimenko still has a single point lead. Wang Chuqin to serve at 3-4. And it's even Stevens back again. Couldn't take too long for that. Remember, he's got a massive crowd out here to see him today, Wang Chuqin.
Well, it's been tight so far.
I do like it that Gerasimenko is just fighting back, trying to match whatever Wang Chuqin is doing. It's fairly close so far. I don't know whether Wang Chuqin's going to break away, Shez, but right now it is fairly close. And I think Gerasimenko is also putting on a performance. What did you say that difference was between them? 40 places in the ranking?
Yeah, it's not quite that extreme. World number one, Gerasimenko. Yeah, it is 41, so yeah, 40 odd places, you're right.
Well, he's going toe-to-toe with him for the time being. That could change, but it's very, very close so far. And that's where Wang Chuqin really grinds the ability to just finish it at will. There he's got the crowd behind him. He's got the young girls, he's got the younger fans as well, boys and girls who've turned up to watch him. Like he's turning on his magic here.
2 points clear. Remember, Chinese are so good at finishing games.
They do excel with that, isn't it? And let's not forget that 80% of the fans here, or probably 90% of them currently, are here to see him. None of the players had their names ringing out through the arena like he is currently.
Now he just tried to counter there, Kirill Gerasimenko. He was working hard here from the back, really far back.
I don't think Wang Chuqin's going to take the chance there.
So,
he's not going to be taking a chance here. He knows he's got to win it and just get ahead. There's too much. I mean, drawing games is fine. Losing a match and missing out on the contest, oh, that's another story.
Yeah, it's a no-no, big no-no.
7-10.
Good work being done here by Kirill Gerasimenko. All the same, he is fighting tough.
Chuqin is certainly now looking at into
You
his
never
sights.
said that. Game to Wang.
More on
So
that in
that's-
just a while, but Wang Chuqin has wrapped up the first game. Gerasimenko had his moments, didn't he?
I think the intent's very clear from Wang Chuqin. Finish it as soon as you can.
So first game then, Wang Chuqin 11-7 against Kirill Gerasimenko. Well, the two times they've met back in 2019 at the Hong Kong Open, Wang Chuqin won 4-0, 11-5, 11-7, 11-4, 11-3. And then at the Asian Cup in 2022, Wang Chuqin won 4-1, 11-8, 11-6, 11-5, 5-11, 11-2. So at least Gerasimenko knows he has been able to take a game off Wang Chuqin previously. He needs to do that twice today.
These are very crucial games for us. We do know that, and we were waiting, you know, eagerly awaiting this matchup between Wang Chuqin and, well, Gerasimenko. But having said that, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that this one's not going to be an upset. Because if it's going to be an upset, I think probably you'll see Wang Chuqin crying for the first time in the arena.
You know, I think An Jae-hyun might be looking back at this and thinking what a missed opportunity, because it was 12-10 in the last game, and had he won that, he would have a win and a draw under his belt, and it would then be on Wang Chuqin to go out here and have to beat Gerasimenko very convincingly. What he could do on his day, of course, Wang Chuqin, but that would just throw all the pressure on Wang Chuqin, and An Jae-hyun could sit back, but he didn't win that game.
That was a bit of an odd end to it, wasn't it? He was just going so strong, and then it's like he just changed lanes.
Yeah, it's odd because it's frustrating for him, because you've just drawn with the best player in the world, so you'd think I can take on anyone. I should be beating Gerasimenko, but he didn't.
Gerasimenko not looking as confident as he did against An Jae-hyun, but let's not forget, he peaked later on.
Yeah.
And An Jae-hyun himself is a bit of a slow starter. Takes his time to warm up. Having said that, he's a absolutely fabulous talent to watch in action.
2-3.
So in the early stages, we're seeing Gerasimenko, as he did in the first game, do fairly well. As we said, it is how Wang Chuqin finishes that's most important.
3-all.
Gerasimenko will be very happy if he can probably pull a game of Wang Chuqin. What are the chances that he's probably even aiming for a draw?
Oh, he's done well to get that back. Ooh, not that far away. Gerasimenko. Listen, when you're playing the world #1, someone who's never beaten before, aiming for a draw isn't so bad. It's when you are in a winning position and then you look to aim for a draw, that is risky. I think when you're in a losing position, you think, well, let me at least try and get a draw out of this. Then that's not as bad as...
We'll settle that. That's what An Jae-hyun did yesterday.
Yeah.
He was in a winning position.
Correct, he was. You're right.
And then landed up with the draw.
He's up by 1 here, Gerasimenko.
4-all.
Yeah, he's annoyed at himself.
You can't afford to make mistakes like that when you're playing against a player of that caliber. I think you just got to get the basics right, and I think that's a bit of a worry here for Gerasimenko. Having said that, it's still 4-all.
4-5.
And they're trying to keep it together. Yeah, Wang just stepping it back up. I think Shazad, one of the joys of being in, why it's so important, this tournament has been so important to certain players. Been watching what Omar Assar, you know, the kind of energy, the passion he's brought into this tournament.
What that meant to him.
I think it's very simple. We were just talking about how the World Cup was, you know, missing for a while, and then for it to come back, to make a comeback to Macau, it means that much more to the players. So this is a very, very special occasion, and you know, we're all proud to be a part of it. But absolutely special occasion, and
yeah, it's you're right. To have the World Cup return after 3 years out, it's huge for these players. It's another event, it's another chance to win money, points. Sorry, not the points this time, but $1 million prize pool. I think.
Oh, that's massive, isn't it?
Huge.
And this is why we're looking at players who are lower down the ranking, coming out with stellar performances. We're just really happy to be here. It's been pleasant days here in Macau. Our temperature's always been good for Shazad and me because we're always inside. But outside it's not too bad. It's about 27 to 30 degrees Celsius on a daily basis. So
2-point lead here, Wang Chuqin.
But this is the interesting bit, right? Wang Chuqin is normally very strong on his serve, but if you just look at that, you're trying to figure out and trying to get it right whether it's from himself or because it's nothing that Kirill Gerasimenko is doing, but Wang Chuqin's serve today has not been at its premium best. Struggled to try it. Oh, just shut me up there. Still with that 2-point lead. I think he'll look to close this out.
I think to Gerasimenko's credit, he's not getting blown away.
No,
by
he's not.
Wang Chuqin.
He's making the world #1 work hard. It's, you know, it's nothing's being handed to him on a platter, and I think that's very impressive from Kirill Gerasimenko.
8-all.
Well, this has been excellent from Gerasimenko. Who actually has a better record against left-handers than he does against right-handers. And Gerasimenko's played 25 Chinese players before this, and he's won 5 of those matches with about 20% win rate, which isn't actually that bad. He's pushing Wang Chuqin here.
To be fair to him, he's a Kazakh spinner. He's done very well today.
10-9.
Oh, that's really nice on the serve from Gerasimenko. He's given himself a game point here. Well. Can he convert? This would be something.
He just shook his head. It almost felt like, I can't believe it.
piece of luck there from Wang Chuqin. Oh, that has got to be frustrating for Gerasimenko. He was so close there to wrapping this up. And when you're at the top of the world, these things tend to go your way. And that's now game points for Wang Chuqin. He knows it.
Well, that fan following is just amazing, isn't it? I think, Shez, that's good enough to keep you going as well. And I think Wang Chuqin kind of needs it at this point of time.
Brilliant shot. He loves it as well. Wang Chuqin with a pumped fist. But he was pushed all the way here in the second game by his opponent.
But what a perfect finish. Look at that. You know, returning back everything, but that one, definitely no reply to that. And he knows it. He knows it's a great shot. He knows it's a fine finish. And he's done it Wang Chuqin style.
12-10 in game 2. Wang Chuqin, he's up 2 games here against Gerasimenko.
Game, to serve, Lafort.
So now Gerasimenko has to win these 2, Glenn, or it's over for him.
Let.
Is he capable of it? I think maybe, although he started off on the back foot.
He's got to win them pretty comfortably.
But is it possible? I think that's
1 love.
That's a toss. Because we've seen what Wang Chuqin can do when he knows he's got to finish it. We've had these long conversations about how the Chinese can finish. They finish best. So Wang Chuqin is a man on a mission. He wants to win it.
Well, he came in with a 7-point advantage into this match. Wang Chuqin, 7 points in his favor. And it's now a 13-point advantage. So if he's going to win the next 2, he has to win by a margin of 13 or more over the next 2 games. So in other words, 11-6, 11-7. Sorry, 11. Well, you can win 11-6 in one game, but then you have to win by a lot more in the next one. Let's just put it as 2 matches, 2 games now. We have to win by a pretty comfortable margin of at least 6 or 7 per game. So you want to win about 11-5, 11-4 to stay in this.
Personally, I don't see that happening unless something drastically had to go wrong, but it's not going to happen. Because even the last 2 games, it's been neck and neck.
Yeah, that's to Gerasimenko's credit.
Absolutely. Oh, he's been very impressive. But Wang Chuqin is slowly starting to lay it on thick.
Timeout.
Gerasimenko is going to take a timeout here in this crucial game. Time.
So just past that timeout, Wang Chuqin and Gerasimenko will resume their battle. Remember, this is game number 3. Wang Chuqin lead. Timeout or no timeout, it's not going to make a difference. It's a quick flick back, and it's now 5-1. This is what makes him such an intelligent player to watch. He thinks his game through, thinks so fair he's going to put that ball, what he's going to come up with.
6-1.
And their spells have been very strong, so 6-1.
Yeah, and this has been the most one-sided of the game so far, and it's coming at the worst time for Gerasimenko. 2-6. This is where he's hoping to, of course, win this game, Gerasimenko. Net. 2-7.
Gerasimenko serving on 2.
Yeah, it's cruising at this point. There's a little shake of the head there from Gerasimenko, who knows he's really in a bit of trouble here now.
Well, there are days when I think every player does know. How do I counter that? Then you're just stuck.
5-2.
But this has been ruthless.
Yeah. This is more, I think, what people thought would have happened.
And the beauty of it all is Wang Chuqin just doing it so smoothly.
8 game points for Wang Chuqin, 8 match points effectively now.
Well, his variation, his shot selection actually put Gerasimenko on the back foot, and there he is, another win for him. 3 straight games or so.
Yeah, he's won that at a canter, hasn't he, Gerasimenko? Very nicely done. Wang Chuqin against Gerasimenko. And not looking good right now for Gerasimenko. 11-2 to Wang Chuqin in game 3. Fourth game, Wang to serve, love 4.
So on to that last game.
Love 1. Yeah, it's already been pretty much secured by Wang Chuqin.
And this is what I love about Gerasimenko. He's not dropping the intensity, he's just playing.
One all.
And that's just respect for your opponent, and I think Gerasimenko just giving that, it's really what, you know, good sportsmen do.
1-2.
At the same time, Wang Chuqin just playing with full intensity.
Well, Chuqin will just want to finish this as fast as possible and move on.
But this kind of approach to the game, Shahzad, is really what is needed. It's not that you qualified for the next round, but it's you haven't finished the stipulated amount of games, and you want to do that. And I think that's when you consider that the job's done. That's really the right approach. Wang Chuqin getting a few messages from the crowd. Just had a half smile.
His fan club.
That wasn't far away.
Gerasimenko cannot believe it. But he's just trying to say what happened to those first two games.
Yeah,
how things have changed.
He was matching Wang Chuqin, wasn't it? We did say
Wang Chuqin, after the disappointment of that first match, now sending out a wee message, as it were.
Just look at that previous point. I wish you'd have just had a replay of that. Just an amazing finish.
6-3. That's an athlete.
Left. 6-3.
Yeah, nothing's going right at the moment. Got Gerasimenko, unfortunately.
Well, he's raised his eyebrows 22 times during the course of this game. That's every time he's had, well, nothing to come back with. He's been surprised with something.
4-7.
Big shake of the head. Nothing seems to be working for him right now.
But started off so well.
That's a nice shot. Those have come few and far between for Kirill Gerasimenko. Almost done here, Kirill Gerasimenko.
But I think the crowd still want Wang Chuqin to play on.
Yeah, they can't get enough of their stars, that's for sure. And we've got 5 game points here for Wang Chuqin.
11-5.
Oh, that was nice. Almost oh, sorry about all that. Sorry I had to be so ruthless.
Yeah, I'll be next time I'll make it quicker. Less painless. So really displaying what he's made of here, Wang Chuqin. I think this was very much needed, not just for him, but also for his teammates and also for the contest. But you're right, Ches, you're absolutely right. That is a warning sign sent out.
Yeah, big one from Wang Chuqin, who beats Kirill Gerasimenko 11-7, 12-10, 11-2, 11-5, 4 games to love. And he's through to the round of 16, the world #1. the third match of the second session here. Sees the youngster Gao Cheng-rui of Chinese Taipei make his way through, and there's someone even younger than him, Felix Lebrun, up-and-coming star. Well, I think up-and-coming might not even be fair to him. He's just been taking the world of table tennis by storm.
Yeah, I think he's already a star, yes.
Yeah.
He's just there. He's pushed his brother into the background. Think about it.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, this is the situation in this group, that basically a straight shootout here. Lebrun versus Gao in group 7. So let's just tell you that he leads by 12 points, Felix Lebrun. So they're both on equal number of games, Glenn. So a draw could make things interesting, but what it would have to be would be very tight draws when Gao loses, for example, but he has to win big on his matches. This is a big ask. So basically, it is such a big ask, coming in by 12. Say he loses 2 and 2, because that's the smallest margin you can lose by. That would be 16 points. And if he has to win his 2 matches by 16 points or more, that means he'd have to win 11-3, 11-3. Best case. That is tough against Felix Lebrun. That is just giving you the context of what's going to happen. So I think realistically, a draw is just not going to be enough. He has to try and win this, Gao Cheng-rui.
I think Lebrun holds the key.
19-year-old Gao Cheng-rui is our player here. And yeah, he's a key player, Gao Cheng-rui, who's 31 in the world, and his best is just a bit better than this at 30, 19 years of age. '17-year-old Felix Lebrun is 5th in the world, and he really has been superb. He's now at his highest ever world ranking. Won the star contender Goa this year. Chen Qixia is our umpire.
Versus Gao. That's game. Gao to serve. Love ball.
So, Gao Cheng-rui, big ask here, try and beat Felix Lebrun.
Last one.
The pen holder, of course. We already saw one pen holder exit earlier today in Dang Cho.
I'm just going to change that around a little bit for you, Shez. Restless pen holder.
1-0.
Yeah, yes, definitely restless indeed. These two have met twice before at the star contender in Portugal, the 19 event. Youth star contender, I should say. Felix Lebrun won that 3-2, so it was tight. And then last year in Durban, the World Championships, early on, Felix Lebrun beat Gao Cheng-rui 4-0, 11-6, 11-8, 11-5, 11-7. Last World Cup for both, this one.
He's a gutsy lad, Gao Cheng-rui.
Yeah, unflappable young man.
Doesn't show his emotion, unlike his opponent, who wears his heart on his sleeve. And
both sleeves.
Yeah. And for some people, that's nice to see.
Well, I mean, whatever keeps you in check and, you know, can help you. I really wasn't joking when I said restless. Even during the point toss, Felix Lebrun will be stretching. He does it all the time. Or he'll be running around during points. Or in between points. And more power to Gao Cheng-Rui. He's matching him.
Yeah, good start. Very good start indeed. I agree. Quick towel off every 6 points. Yeah, I think the instead of our permutations and what he needs to do in his draws, Gao Cheng-Rui is thinking, nah, I'm just going to go out and try and win this thing. A draw, if I get a draw, okay, but then I'll worry about that later. Let me try and get maybe the first game out of the way, then the second, then, you know, game by game, I think, Glenn.
I think that's the right way to go about it. You don't look at the big picture, but you take one step at a time.
Yeah. Agree with you. Oh, great rally, that one. There's Alexis Lebrun, the brother of Felix, watching on. You saw Gao Cheng-Rui just coming closer and closer to the table, Glenn.
Absolutely phenomenal, that rally. Well, came so close to it. And the Gao Cheng-Rui that we're looking at playing today, now that's another beast as compared to yesterday. And that's probably because you're playing a player who's really that good. It's tight here. Gao Cheng-Rui leads by 2 points. Felix Lebrun to serve.
5-6.
Gao Cheng-Rui not able to take a firm grip on this one. Actually, neither one of them is yet. Just sizing each other up for the moment.
6-all.
Well, between those tough rallies, and I think exactly what Felix Lebrun is trying to do is he's trying to tire out, well, Gao Cheng-Rui,
8-6.
moving that ball around enough to make him run. He's got the lead here. And, well, I think he just took a bit of time to find his groove in this game. He was initially behind. Now he's gone up to 9-6.
Yeah, looks much more comfortable now.
7-9.
Gao Cheng-Rui saying that's too close for comfort. Let's change that a bit. So 2 points behind. Well done by the Chinese Taipei athlete.
Oh.
8-9.
Important there for Gao Cheng-Rui to stay in there, not give Lebrun the game point. Once you get to that game point and you're far away, you know you have to win every single point. It's a lot of pressure on you. So you want to get as close as possible before your opponent gets to 10 to leave yourself less work to do.
But I would agree with that.
10-8.
There he is, 2 game points. Felix Lebrun.
But at least it's not what it could have been earlier. 4 or 5 more points. So
Well, I don't think it was going to be, because I think Gao Ray also just giving him a real run. He's going to make him earn this. I don't think he's going to hand it to him.
11, 8.
Oh, advance. Not taken. Lebrun will walk to the break here, knowing he has won that first game.
That attempt from Gao Ray to get it back onto the table, but Felix Lebrun will have the last say.
So 11-8 the first game. Felix Lebrun against Gao Ray.
Un peu moins parce qu'il n'a pas beaucoup d'effets, mais c'est ça qui me gêne en fait.
So on to the second game between Felix Lebrun and Gao Ray. And Lebrun, of course, very keen. He'll be very keen on finishing this as soon as possible, but Gao Ray is proving to be a pretty tough contender for that spot in the qualification rounds.
Yeah, Gao knows he pretty much has to win this game.
Sorry, it's a knockout rounds.
Yeah, this is tough now. Oh, that's unfortunate for Gao to serve that way.
4-1.
So 4-1. Lebrun, very interesting. While he does adopt the pen holder to play in between points, it's the handshake grip. Or the shake hand grip. So 5-1.
4 points clear already. Lebrun in the second game.
1-6.
Doesn't look like he's going to be giving Gao Ray too much of breathing space in this one. Well, Gao Ray showing so much of promise in that first game.
Next. 1-6.
Been told about the serve here.
1-6. 7-1.
He hasn't played many pen holders before.
2-8.
Gao Ray, of course, he's played Lebrun twice and lost twice. So he hasn't had great success here in this department.
2-9.
And Lebrun is now, after having just sort of assessed things in the first game where it was kind of back and forth for a while. Cruising this now, Glenn.
Absolutely. I mean, that last bit, that finish was majestic. Just absolutely no chance of replying to it.
10-2.
You're so right about that. Gates the situation, saw his opponent, and then just came in. You look at that difference in the scores right now, and with what was the first game.
Game to finish.
Well, very quick for Felix Lebrun. He's wrapped up this second game in double quick time. Had no problems at all. And it looks pretty much now, even if he wins the next 2 games, Gao Cheng-Rui, he almost certainly cannot go through. 11-2 in game 2. Felix Lebrun is up 2-0 against Gao Cheng-Rui.
De moins en moins. C'est de mieux en mieux. Et en plus, dès que tu l'as décalé un petit peu, là il n'a plus d'angle, il est obligé de jouer là. D'accord? Alors que si tu la mets mieux, il peut passer la jambe, il peut jouer partout.
Again. Gao to serve. La ball. One, no.
So, quick maths during that break has shown that even if he wins his next 2 games, 11-love, 11-love, which is highly likely to happen for Gao Cheng-Rui, but even if he did, it wouldn't be enough for Gao Cheng-Rui. Look at where Lebrun was standing as he advanced towards the table.
That is intimidating, though. That is such a good ploy. Oh, so much in control. Well, he literally got Gao Cheng-Rui to send that out, didn't he? Right at that point. Caught him by surprise.
2-1.
Trying to dominate the ball completely. And a timeout already called by Gao Cheng-Rui in this 3rd game against Felix Lebrun.
Time.
He seems a bit lost at the moment, Gao Cheng-Rui, as to what to do.
2-1.
Is it all, is it?
2-all.
3rd game, and Felix Lebrun just dropped a point there. It's 2-all here. Lebrun having claimed the first 2 games.
Well, better from Gao Cheng-Rui against the interval. He needs a lot more of this if he wants to stay in the match.
2-4.
But it difficult overall for him to do much.
3-4.
Well, he's now playing Lebrun at his game. I think what his coaches asked Gao Cheng-Rui to try and do is to try and avoid those rallies with him, because Felix Lebrun relishes those.
4.
Didn't take him too long to catch up.
Played a good shot right from the back there, Gao Cheng-Rui.
Next, 5-4.
Just got him to top hits that it's not going to work too well, but I do believe this one is looking a lot stronger. That second game was just disaster for Gao Cheng-Rui. In this third game, he's putting up a fight. Well, we do know, Shez, just as you mentioned, you know, if you do the math, then maybe there's no way of sailing through at all for Gao Cheng-Rui, and Lebrun pretty much having solidified his position in that round of 16. But let's not forget, at the end of the day, you're still playing. You still want to play for your own pride.
Agreed.
And Gao Cheng-Rui, you know, being a Chinese Taipei athlete, we're pretty much saying he will want to finish this game.
Yeah, everyone wants to finish in a high, right? You certainly want to do as best as you can.
5-7.
Well, Gao Cheng-Rui just left scrambling there. And Lebrun just producing winner after winner.
5-7.
Well, sometimes when you look at Felix Lebrun, it's just hard to believe his age, because he plays
so precocious, right? The scary thing, Glenn, is that there is so much more to come from him.
Absolutely, and I do believe that. But everything from the stance, the way that he actually executes, you know, those finishes, it's just another level altogether.
I think the last time we got this excited about a youngster was Tomokazu Harimoto, who was younger when he really made his mark, and some people wondering whether he will hit those heights again. He's still a top 10 player, but he's kind of been a bit up and down. Felix Lebrun's on the up and up, so can't wait to see how that develops.
8-7.
Teacher silence all around. As we're watching Gao Cheng-Rui really step it up. He's up to 8-9. I think well done there, pulling those points away from Felix Lebrun. Fairly commendable.
But he was waiting for perhaps a mistake to happen. 10-8 now.
So Lebrun very, very excited about this. He's just on the words there. Game point, of course, 2 game points, and looking to claim
1 game point saved. Wow.
Gao Cheng-Rui still fighting fit.
Well, he's done well here, Gao Cheng-Rui.
perfectly done by Gao Cheng-Wei, just staying in the fight, keeping Lebrun on a leash, keeping him in check at least in this third game, and that's so very important.
Hey, no. 10-11.
Now, gosh, he's got a game point of his own. Can he convert? That would be something. He can! Wow.
Well done there, and that is called real spirit. So that timeout certainly did him good. Came back to take it away from Felix Lebrun. And let's get a view of that. Well, actually, it came off the edge, but a good return there from Gao Cheng-Wei. And I think that served him well.
Excellent work there. And 3 games down, Felix Lebrun has won 2 of them. The last one went to Gao Cheng-Wei. He won it 12-10, but it's trailing 2-1.
Allez, allez, allez là, allez.
Game. Finish to serve. Love ball. Love one.
Felix Lebrun just must end on a good note, no matter what.
One all. Second, 2 all.
Yeah, frustration starting to tell.
Two, one.
Seems to be going the way back of big standing rally there. Gao does well.
So he's really putting in as much as he can. Gao Cheng-Wei.
2, 3.
Felix Lebrun. He wants to get back, and look at that lovely little flick from Gao Cheng-Wei. And then Felix Lebrun, of course, getting him to put it out of the table.
4-2.
There's much better stuff.
Well, this is like the Gao Cheng-Wei that started off this encounter. And then in the second, it was a different person altogether in the second game. In the third game, of course, coming back to level, or coming back to pull a game away from Felix Lebrun. I think very impressive. Gao Cheng-Wei has entertained the crowd here today.
I would go with that. I'd agree with you.
Well, it seems to be
5-2.
well, it seems to be a lot, or looks a lot more frail as compared to his counterpart, to his French counterpart, but packs in the same amount of pace, the same amount of power in his shots. It's just that he doesn't have that intimidating presence. So it's going to be a timeout. Stay with us.
6.
So 6-2 Gao Cheng-Rui. This is he won the last game by only 2. If he wins this 11-2, even then that will not be enough for him.
But I think he's really played for pride here. You know, having won that 3rd game, he's done exceptionally well. It's also something you can take forward to his next encounter. But that's a great rally, absolutely phenomenal rally.
Really good to see. Everyone stands up to applaud what was supreme entertainment.
Gao Cheng-Rui changing the direction of that ball thrice, but it is Lebrun who was able to cover every single corner.
6-4.
He's running around still.
Let's not forget Gao Cheng-Rui still holding the lead by 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points here, won by a couple of points in the previous game, but overall trails.
6-5.
Yeah, it's a great comeback for Lebrun, isn't it?
Well, you feed him those rallies.
Yeah.
You know what he does.
True.
He really loves them. And the more complex they get, now this is the strange thing about some players, isn't it? The more complex the rallies, just as we saw, Lebrun really accepts them gracefully and he loves them. But when they are more simpler rallies, that's when the opponent tends to win. It's quite a bit of a contrast.
6-7.
Remember, this is the 4th and final game of this encounter. Soon after this, of course, it'll be the last game of the lunch session. Then we'll have a break before we get into the tea session, and then the last one, which will be the dinner or the supper session, whichever you prefer to call it. But so it's 4 sessions in the day. From tomorrow, of course, that all changes when the format Shehzad will change as well and go back to its usual self.
Yeah, we'll have knockouts. And it'll be 8 quarterfinals on each table, and we will have the men still exclusively on this table, and then tomorrow it gets mixed up. And you see in a great position Felix Lebrun to try and win this 4th game.
7-10.
But it's Gao Cheng-Rui who's got 3 game points.
It'll be quite amazing to see him win. And well, I have to say that Lebrun has a fan following too. Let's not forget. I've heard his name ring out through that crowd.
Yeah, he's right, it does. He doesn't want to end this, Lebrun, having drawn, if he can help it.
I think it's important for Felix Lebrun just to have won it for his own reasons. So to go on to the next stage.
10-9.
He trails by 1 now. Ten all here. After all that work, he'll be disappointed, Gao, that he's not able to at least take 1 off his opponent.
Well, just take a look at that. Lebrun just whipping it back straight towards Gao Cheng-Rui.
10-11.
And he's done it the 2nd time around.
The game point here. for Felix Lebrun. Lebrun takes the 4th game. He was a little bit under pressure here. Well, he delivers the goods.
That fist bump says it all. He was delighted that he's earned that win, that he didn't just win it easily. Obviously chose a good game, but very well done by Felix Lebrun. I think more power to Gao Cheng-Rui. He was really shining in that 3rd game, the 4th game as well, until Lebrun stole the thunder. And this is what happened right towards the end. Lebrun, very, very meticulous in his shot selection here towards the end. Did not go on for any power play. Absolutely nothing but placement. And what a win. What a win for him. It looked like it was going to be a draw, 2 games each, but Assar.
That's the final score here. Felix Lebrun's beaten Gao Cheng-Rui 11-8, 11-2, 10-12, 12-10 by 3 games to 1. And it's very, very comfortable for the young Frenchman.
Game to finish. 5-7.
last match of this session, the post-lunch session, the second session of the day, should we say, as Zhang Jiyan comes through. Lost to Tomislav Puchar. And he's up against Gaoyuan, the Dark Knight, who drew with Tomislav Puchar. This is quite the result, really, in this group. That makes things very, very interesting. The Lin Gaoyuan of China versus Chinese Taipei's Chuang Chuyan. They've met each other 5 times previously. Lin Gaoyuan has won every single one of them. The German Open in 2017, he won 4-0. The Korean Open in 2018, 4-1. Asian Games in 2018, 3-0. At the WTT Champions in Budapest, 4-0. And most recently, the WTT contender in Taiyuan, 3-0. In all that time, only one game being taken by Zhang Jiyan. So he is up against it. No doubt about it.
It was quite a delight to watch him in action yesterday, Shez. We've seen him over the years. And I think legendary status or not, he's still got that mentor status.
Yeah, what is really interesting now is Tomislav Puchar was the so-called weakest player, and he is well ahead. Now, this is one of those matches where it's not between the two players it concerned. The player who's got the chance of getting through is not even playing today. He can sit back and watch. We said that last night. Zhang Jiyan, 43 years of age, 33rd in the world. 20 years ago, he was the world number 3, which is absolutely superb.
And we did speak about him at length yesterday.
29-year-old Lin Gaoyuan is 8th in the world. He has, of course, been higher at number 2. That was in July of 2019. Lin Gaoyuan, of course, has won plenty of medals in the past. Ingrid Bulgren is the umpire. World Championship medals, gold in 3 team events between 2018 and 2024. And also in bronzes and doubles and mixed doubles between 2019 and 2021. Lai Xiuchong is the assistant in terms of singles. He's been in the World Cups before, won a bronze in 2018. At World Tour Grand Finals, he's won a silver in 2018 and 2 bronzes in 2017 and 2019. Also a silver at the Asian Games in 2018. Asian Championships in 2019, he finished 2nd. Asian Cup, he won in 2017, came 2nd in 2018. And is a former Asia Junior champion back in, bronze medalist in 2010. So lots he has achieved in the past. Lin Gaoyuan won the WTT Contender Zagreb last year, his most recent title, beating Fan Zhengdong in the final, which is no mean feat. But yeah, this is just an incredible one here, where the 3rd ranked player, Tomislav Puchar, has defied the odds. Zhang Jiyan, by the way, in terms of World Cups, has finished 3rd on 5 occasions. 2010, 2009, 2008, 2002 and 2003. Amazing. There's a flash in the crowd that they just need to sort out.
Well, Lin Gaoyuan taking that first point on his serve. Make that 2 points. It's very, very interesting to watch these two in action, just as you mentioned. One with past achievements, one with current achievements. And Gaoyuan has moved on to 3 points.
Yeah, he's ranked 37th. He's one of the lowest ranked players here, Tomislav Buchar, in this event, and yet he can sit back. So really, when you look at the equation for Lin Gaoyuan, it's really interesting because he has to win handsomely. He has to win at least 3-1. Oh, what a rally. Very good rally to start. Gets going really, I mean, that's the first 2 points. Now, if he wins 4-0, to go through, Lin Gaoyuan. That's the simple equation. 4-0 is enough to go through. If he wins 3-1, Lin Gaoyuan, then it's going to come down to points. How many points he wins and how many points he concedes.
I think the first game will give us pretty much a feel of what to expect from the next 3, for the simple reason that Chuang is quite consistent with his performance. We've seen that even yesterday. There's no wave in his performance, no highs and lows. Lin Gaoyuan, on the other hand, well, has his ups and downs, more ups than downs.
A very, very good start here for Lin Gaoyuan. He's on a mission, remember. Mission for Lin Gaoyuan is to, in order not to have a count back on points, is to win 4 games. Doesn't matter how he wins the 4 games. If he happens to win 3-1, then we'll have a count back. So he's not going to take any chances. He's going to go for the kill and he's going to try to win each game handsomely. Just on the off chance that Chuang does take a game off him. Chuang is now determined, I'm sure, to play spoil sport in this. So he'll now try to pick up as many points as he can.
Well, I think the one interesting differential between the two players is Lin Gaoyuan, of course, a lot younger, is still a lot faster on his feet. You can see that, you know, the movement, and I think that might just hold him in good stead. But having said that, Chuang, in terms of technique, in terms of shot selection,
lovely shot.
That's exactly what we were talking about, the ability to reach for shots, which Lin Gaoyuan will probably be able to get to them. But
7 game points here. Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it, for Lin Gaoyuan?
It is, and I think, Shez, you made a very, very good point about, you know, him wanting to, the mission. And the mission is very clear. I don't think he wants to waste any time. He wants to finish as soon as possible. He wants to finish with winning maximum games. My gut feeling is he's probably going to aim for 4.
Oh, what a shot. Yep, I agree with you. Great backhand there from Chuang.
And that's where experience comes through, doesn't it? Seasoned players don't dig for stuff. They work best with what's available to them. And that's really, we saw that yesterday too. But is it good enough for the whole 9 yards?
No. Wonderful shot from Lin Gaoyuan to win that first game. He's got his fans here. We're hoping the best for him.
We've got to get a look at that. Changes direction and then, oh, he just controlled that entirely.
Very impressive from Lin Gaoyuan, who takes the first game against Chuang 11-4.
Second game, Chuang to serve, la ball.
So, second game now. Let's see if Chuang will just pick things up here. Lin Gaoyuan, remember, is a player who's kind of inside the big five, as it were, outside the of Wang Chuqin and Fan Zhendong and Ma Long. Those are the big accepted big three. Then him and Liang Jinkun. Liang Jinkun, of course, now world number 3. He's just kind of overtaken Ma Long, but he's just behind them. Lin Gaoyuan. He's got a career win record of 74% overall, which is lower than a lot of his compatriots. But against non-Chinese, that's the one that they will look at, these Chinese players, and it's an impressive 82%.
Well, that was going all too well for Chuang Zhi-yan. Well, had an obstacle in his path, and Lin Gaoyuan just showing why he's such a big draw. Well, decent shot selection. Doesn't do anything fancy, but he's very effective because he gets everything back onto the table. He just waits for Chuang Zhi-yan to make a mistake or two. It's now 5 love or love 5 as Chuang will serve.
Yeah, Chuang against left-hander, 64% win rate, not bad at all. But he hasn't got a single point here. This is going according to plan for Lin Gaoyuan.
Well, I think that's the way he'd want it to be, because I think if he gives his opponent even the slightest bit of space, well, his opponent can be fairly lethal too, and so he's just trying to shut him down from, you know, picking up any points, especially in game. And this time the net coming to his aid as well.
Very, very good here. 7 unanswered points for Lin Gaoyuan in this game. He's got a 22% win rate against Chinese players throughout his career, Chuang Zhi-yan. He's played 127 of them because he's been around for a long, long time. It's not a bad record. Not a great one, but not a bad one at all.
That body has been through a lot. It has, in terms of, you know, wear and tear. And he's still rock solid, you know, hats off to him. Probably one of the fittest players I've seen at that age.
Yeah, it's telling that he can still make the Chinese Taipei men's team, and he was played pretty well in the recent team championships. He's kind of a coach mental role these days. Finally gets his first point on the board in this second game.
That took a bit of time, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit too much time. I think he's in trouble in this one overall. Nicely done by Chuang.
Well, he certainly controlled that. Glimpses of how well rock solid he could be as a player, Chuang. Who loved the way that he moved Lin Gaoyuan right across that table.
By the way, the only way he could have got through today was to have won 4-0 here, and even then it would have been tough.
That's a bit too late for that now.
Yeah, it would have been very, very hard. 4-0, and very convincing 4-0.
Well, against an opponent like here we are looking at Lin Gaoyuan on the verge of clinching that second game, and he led. It was what was it? 7-0.
Yeah, 7-0, 7-love. Yeah,
7-love.
That's right.
7-love before things changed, and you know, Chuang picked up 3 points.
But he's low scoring in these games at the moment, Chuang, and this is working well for Lin Gaoyuan, whose aim is to win all 4 if he can. A clean sweep would see him through. There you go, done and dusted. Halfway there, Lin Gaoyuan in his mission to have the clean sweep today. And a very good game. Chinese superstar.
Didn't have to sweat too much for that.
No.
Just a slight nudge over.
So second game goes Lin Gaoyuan's way. 11-3. He's up 2-0 here against Chuang.
Third game, Lin Gaoyuan to serve, level.
It continues here for Lin Gaoyuan.
Left, love, all.
And Chuang, who are actually locked in battle. Lin Gaoyuan is already 2 games ahead. Remember, just as you mentioned, the mission is 3-1 or even better, 4-love. And I think Lin Gaoyuan is mission bound.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do see, of course, Chuang, you know, putting up as much of a fight as he can. And that's what happens the moment he changes the pace of the game. He's also a very exciting player to watch, Lin Gaoyuan, but nothing as fancy as, you know, Fan Zhendong, or for that matter, you know, Wang Shuqi, or even Ma Long. But he's got a different style of play. It's more straightforward. But the fact that he can change, you know, at will, and especially change the pace, I think that's really, really important. That's what he does best. And practically tries and gets about 90%, 95% of shots on the table. More than that, probably.
Yeah, he's doing very well indeed right now. But Gaoyuan suddenly picking things up now. This could start to get interesting.
It is, it is. I do believe, but
if Chuang gets this game, then it'll come down to this last game. What Lin Gaoyuan needs to do. We'll get our calculators. That we'll see. First of all, let's see what Lin Gaoyuan does here.
well, I think just going by his current performance and fitness, I think he'll probably clinch this game as well. It's just boiled down to the fact of whether he can claim the fourth one too.
Yeah, and we'll tell you what he needs to do there, but if he continues in this way, I think he's fine actually. He's on course, he's winning these games quite comfortably at the moment.
You're so right about that. Not taking anything away from Chuang Gaoyuan. I'm a fan of his too, and I love the way that he plays, but in this current scenario, Lin Gaoyuan, as if you look at it from, you know, from a complete picture, a lot stronger than his opponent.
Yes, totally agree. Well, that's nicely done by Groth, who comes up with these points from time to time.
He just wants to get us to zip it. But delightful play from him, and he's got a few gems like that, but can he keep it consistent?
Consistent, yeah.
I think that's
a big question.
It's a tough ask.
Well, this has been about as close as we've seen it so far between these two.
That's absolutely right, Shez. It is.
And he's now pulling away again, Lin Gaoyuan from Chuang Gaoyuan. Right off the serve, he doesn't get it right.
So this is when he starts racing away with the points, and it's that game point mark. It doesn't take him too long. Oh, well done.
Good work.
And you look at the technique from Chuang Gaoyuan, especially with that flick, the copybook. Bit of an orthodox style of play.
Good. Lin Gaoyuan.
He just swatted that. Like he was just cleaning up the table there. Yeah, but very, very focused Lin Gaoyuan. He knows what he has to do, and he wants to do it extremely well. He wants to deny the Croatian athlete a chance in the round of 16. And rightfully so. Well, that's the name of the game, isn't it?
He's missing these opportunities. And they present themselves, Chuang Gaoyuan, just looking a little forlorn at the moment. In terms of conceding points, this is going very much in Lin Gaoyuan's favor.
Well, it's an ending that Lin Gaoyuan would have written, there's no doubt about it.
5-9.
Because then every 2 or 3 shots, Shez, you'll have a gem like that coming from Chuang Gaoyuan.
He couldn't concede more than 29 points if he wanted to win this 4-0. Between 27 and 29 points, and he's comfortable. It's going to mean about 11-7 per game. He's not having to worry about that right now. He hasn't come close to that, but he's got 5 game points here as well. So this is a very good position for Lin Gaoyuan.
10-6.
So if he clinches this, it's going to be definitely a match win. And then he'll aim for that 4th one, just as we thought he would.
4 game points now still for Lin Gaoyuan, who wins this.
So 3 games done. A match win for Lin Gaoyuan over Chuang. And up next, it's going to be the 4th and final game between these two lads, as well as for the afternoon session.
So Lin Gaoyuan beats Chuang in game 3, 11-6. He's up 3-0, 33 points to 13.
Well, that's so telling, isn't it? 33 and 13. If you just look at, not that it's going to make a difference to us now, but 33 and 13. There's a 20, point separation there, and there's still one more game to go.
Chuang to serve, level. One, love.
So we get into the 4th and final game.
So if Lin Gaoyuan now looking at this,
love, 2.
just trying to see what would happen here. Now this is a very good start for Chuang. He could still win this game and make things very awkward for Lin Gaoyuan. Anything less than 11-2, he's got to win this 11-2. Chuang to knock out Lin Gaoyuan.
And that's purely on the basis of points being tallied.
Correct.
So
unlikely, but Chuang, if he wins 11-2, would knock out Lin Gaoyuan. Anything more, Lin Gaoyuan is 3.
Well, he could win on his parade, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening with Lin Gaoyuan just chasing that. I think he's very clear. He wants a 4th straight game win. Nothing less.
Any kind of win for Lin Gaoyuan is enough to go through, by the way. And Lin Gaoyuan is already in front by 1 point, so he is already through. Now, no matter what happens in this game.
All.
3-all. Lin Gaoyuan is back in business here.
Chuang has started the last 2 games a lot better than he did in the first 2. And I think he'd be a little disappointed. I know he's got a poor record against Lin Gaoyuan, having never beaten him and only taken 1 game ever. So the odds were never really in his favor for Chuang. That 1 game he took was back in 2018 at the Korean Open. That was way after his prime as well, to be fair.
Well, he's aiming for that again. He's currently 4-all.
Five, 4.
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't matter now, even if Chuang goes on to take the next 6 points and win 11-4. Lin Gaoyuan has done that. The timeout here. this is the sort of Chinese meticulous way they do things. Even though he's already through, even though he doesn't have to do anything from now, Lin Gaoyuan still not taking chances, wants to have that time out. He still wants to win this.
I think it has a lot to do with the way, well, all of them think in this team. They don't think, if it's set for 4 games, they want to win all 4 games. If it's set for best of 5 and then you can leave the other 2 out, they'll do that as well. That is what's described. This is the rules of the tournament, and they're going with it.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. This is, you just do it clinically, ruthlessly, who cares? But they don't care about permutations. They just go out and do what they have to, which is to win at all costs.
I think it also serves for them as a warm-up for the next game. It's a very strong warm-up.
Yeah.
You know, playing a different player, different style.
And I think also it's something to be said about, even if it's a dead rubber, you're not going to see a Chinese player do tournament stuff and do
he's not going to throw it away.
Exhibition stuff. They are just going to take it seriously all the way through. Now, will Zhang Zhiyuan take a timeout at any stage? Now, he will be irritated with himself if he goes on to lose this game. Even though he's through and very comfortably through, Lin Gaoyuan will not be happy, and the Chinese officials, I'm sure, will feel the same way.
Well, it's 6-8 now. Zhang Zhiyuan. Now, this is what you call stamina. You're on to the 4th game. He's started to shine.
Now, when unfortunately it doesn't really matter anymore.
But it just shows the kind of stamina he has.
Yeah,
it's great. Amazing.
Left. 6,
Just about
8.
Makes it over.
7, 8.
Lin Gaoyuan, another point closer.
Oh, that is. Missed the chance there, didn't he?
Well, he certainly did.
Is there still hope for Lin Gaoyuan?
Chance of getting that onto the table, trying to. And he just.
Time out.
Wow.
Well, look, he wants to win this as well. Zhang Zhiyuan, so he's gonna just have a chat with his coach and listen. It's also a chance to get only a 2nd game off Lin Gaoyuan. Glenn and I were just having a bit of a laugh off there as to these timeouts being taken in the game where it probably has a lot less hinging on it than earlier on in the match. That is the decision made by the players. That's their prerogative, of course.
8, 10.
So Zhang Zhiyuan has got 2 game points. I think this is what he wanted to talk to his coach about.
Gaoyuan doesn't look best pleased.
No, he doesn't. This could be a bit of a worry for Lin Gaoyuan as far as his morale is concerned when he gets into the next stage.
Well, yeah, he's been vulnerable, right? He was vulnerable, obviously, against Pucha. And he's
oh yes,
against a player here who is completely dominated throughout. Suddenly started looking vulnerable in the last game.
Well, it's 9-10 now, and I think what's in Lin Gaoyuan's mind would be to level the score, bring it back up to 10-all, and then go for the win. Having said that, it could swing either way in this last game. It's easy to predict the first way.
10-all, wow. Well, we need a winner by 2 clear points, and he'll be annoyed at himself. That was the closest he's come to taking points off his man in a while. And he's now got game point here, Lin Gaoyuan.
I think that's so important. Chuang still doing his best.
And Lin Gaoyuan has done it after looking a little bit under pressure here. Not that it mattered in the end, but Lin Gaoyuan has not just won this match, but he's won it handsomely, just like he needed to get through to the round of 16 here at the Men's World Cup Macao 2024. He has beaten his opponent very, very comfortably, which is what was required. Lin Gaoyuan defeats Chuang for the 6th time in his career. Perfect record, 11-4, 11-3, 11-6, 12-10. He wins by 4 games to 0. 45 points to 23.
So that's pretty much what we had in our session at lunch, and it's going to be, of course, Shez and me to return back later.